Well, as you know, even though I scheduled these for 8 o'clock, I've been starting early for the last week or so. It won't be a continuous process, but I have some more free time for medical reasons because I'm doing a little bit of physical therapy before I get active again. And so I got more time. And so I've been starting some of the streams early. And tonight it's off script. So, hey, I can start early. Here I am. I schedule for 8 o'clock because when I don't have that kind of free time, I usually start around 8 o'clock. And it's usually a safe time because I'm avoiding some things like noise and whatnot. But welcome to the Condor DM show off script. Tonight, I might mention some old school designers and some of the differences between old school gaming and new school gaming. I wrote down some notes, but it's not like a rundown. It's not like my normal coverage of games. There's Louis behind me. I don't know how long he'll want to hang out. I'm sure at one point he'll want to jet out of my room here, but while he's around, you can take a look at him. He's cute. I just gave him some treats, so he's sniffing around for more. He get more because he's had enough. And now he'll look to go out. Of course, of course. All right, all right. And here we are. I'm back, baby. How you doing? Today is a very active day in the world of politics and a strain. I figure people would appreciate, including myself, because I can get caught up in that stuff sometimes. Focusing on games, coming back to my safe zone. Focus on games. Talk about games, right? Yeah, yeah. So here I am. Focus on games. We'll focus a little bit on game designers tonight, and I made some notes about differences between like old school and new school gaming, and how I'm going to relate that talk to AI, and why the new school gaming worries me a bit given where we're at now. And I think old school gaming is a safeguard against some of the things that we see happening right now. Actually, I should put the chat up on live here. What am I doing? But yeah, I see old school gaming as sort of a, hey, what's up, Craig? Old school gaming is a great defense against the AI world we're in with gaming right now. And new school gaming, to me, what I worry about is I look at it and go, it's so tailored to the AI, where old school gaming is not so tailored to the AI, right? And I have some things like, rulings versus rules, stuff like that, concepts from old school to new school, where I think old school is about performance and why performance is not as easy to copy by the AI compared to, like, say, just calling the game as it is, right? When you call the game as it is, given what we know about AI now, we know eventually AI will easily and very quickly, rapidly be able to take up that role. Where if it's about performance, that role becomes a lot harder to just take up away from people, right? And that's where I think the old school is a safeguard against what we see as AI now, where the new school, in many ways, many of the new school concepts and ways people approach the game, I get it's good in one way. It's like old school is about skill and performance, especially for the person that runs the game. New school is about turning everybody into a PlayStation. So anybody in your group could run the game. If they follow the book and the rules, they can run the game. They don't have to have a lot of skill. AI can do that, right? Old school is about performance, skill, and talent, but because it's so random in certain ways, AI has a lot harder of a time copying that, like doing that. I think the old school way is a great safeguard against AI. So I look at my channel and all the coverage I'm giving to old school games right now, going, people should take a look back, especially newer people in the hobby, take a look back at the old school and go, look, I get it. For some people, it might sort of kick them out of the game master chair, because if you don't have the talent for it, old school games might be really hard for you to run, right? But that means the most talented people in your groups or around your circles are going to be the people more qualified to run those games. But that means you get really skilled people, right? You get to separate those from the pack. And it's a great safeguard against AI. Where I find the new school is you run it by a book. You run it more raw, right? And the more you can run a game raw with everything spelled out for you, the more the AI can fill in that role. And given where we're going with I remember a few years ago, I made a video, a really early video, saying, what about like the AI game master? And I had people laugh at me, say that's silly, it ain't gonna happen, it's not coming that quick. And I'm like, yeah, I think it is. Like I actually think AI, because I knew at the time I was following the news and AI was speeding ahead so rapidly with its upgrades that I was like, it's not that it could just take over the role for any game, but if you give it a game like 5e eventually really quickly an AI can run that. Right. But if you go back to an old school game that requires pure talent to get the game right, like at least making the game interesting outside of calling certain things, old school has a lot more of that performance wise, right? Spotlighting correctly, little things where an AI would still be making quite a few errors. Where if you're giving it newer games, AI is going to get that right sooner than later. And it's another thing with combat. Combat is more grid like now, more miniature, more focused. And combat on a grid is a lot easier for an AI to manage. If I say combat abstract with pure theater of the mind, again, it's more challenging for the AI to get that right. So I look at old school like a bit of a safeguard against having AI completely take over the role. But I remember a few years ago when I first made an AI video about the idea of an AI game master or DM, people laughed me out of the building. I said, you're not going to be laughing. I'm going to be right on this. I think it's a serious thing. We should be taken serious. Now, ironically, the same people that laughed at me or said it was like BS now casually talk about it being reality. Like the potential is there. They know the AI is there. And I'm like, yeah, I was right. I was right. I knew it was coming. I just knew the rapid speed of AI. Maybe before a lot of the other YouTubers really realized just how fast things were going. Like they were like, it's years off. It could be years. I'm like, not in the way you think. Like AI is advancing so quickly. The idea that it's going to be like 5 years we're waiting, it's not going to be that. Like, I mean, at that stage, even when I was talking about it, I swear if you look at some of the upgrades, even 5 or 6 months later after my video, it was already close. And that's within less than a year. It's already moving towards it can almost run a game, right? And if you get a game on the grid for combat, you get a game more by the book, which players expect like 5e, or they expect it raw. And it's made where raw, where you can be a PlayStation almost. The AI can take over. It didn't, not in the same way it does now, but it doesn't even dominate, but it still dominates the hobby. I think Craig, it's always sort of dominated the hobby. And the reason I say that is because in reality, I'm going to cover some of the old designers. Everybody in a way was competing with D&D because D&D was there so early, or TSR especially, that as far as the success of the name, the theme D&D was so popular that I think that's what leads WotC to paying for the name. Like they paid a lot of money for the name, right? Because that name was big already. It was well established. And I think it was established so early that without D&D, you can't even have other parts of the hobby. Like it's even hard to think how many people would you have playing GURPS or even Traveler if D&D doesn't introduce people to the hobby. I think you need a hobby. You need people looking at the hobby. And then when those games come out, even if it's not all former D&D people, you get a mix. Most people are going to play GURPS or Traveler are going to be D&D people or former D&D people, try D&D. One of different games. World of Darkness. If you look at the player base there's no way any of these games could have made money or did anything. Like World of Darkness, for example. If it would have came out with no Dungeons and Dragons, it was like just the first game out. It just would never have been popular enough to build up a community that fast. That would have took a long time, and likely to see other expansions and more money put on it. Not likely. The reason World of Darkness or Palladium could come in and exist and have already had built-in customers, I think personally, this is a personal opinion, is Dungeons and Dragons. I think every game benefited, even if you say, even I think about the game Fudge, which I'm going to cover soon. I look at Fudge, every game, I mean, even Fudge, and say, without Dungeons and Dragons and already a sort of built-in small culture and customer base, even like, I mean, to the point where they at least brought people to D&D, even though those people didn't like D&D. So a lot of people just came to D&D and just ended up not liking it, like some wargamer or some people like that. And then you get games where they're going to fill a need that those people want, right? But what's the chance you're going to have an already built-in customer base or even interest without D&D existing to create that? So I think some games have to lean in and say, we couldn't even properly exist without Dungeons and Dragons. And most games come out as in competition with D&D. They see themselves as anti D&D or competing with D&D or something alternative to D&D. And every time you look back at like every game designer, they would compare what they're doing to Dungeons and Dragons. Like in interviews and talks, all my research shows that like every time there's, no matter what other games are out there, it's always, well, I did this instead of Dungeons and Dragons. It was this instead of a dungeon crawl. And I'm not just making that up, comparing it to D&D myself. It's just when I do the research on these games, it's what they're saying. Like, we do this instead of what D&D does. They're not saying we do this instead of what World of Darkness does, for example, right? Or compared to Palladium. Now, in some odd cases, there would be that if they were using a similar dice system, but most of the time, every designer compared to their game to D&D, it's because they're trying to get some of the customer base from there, for sure. And they need it. So in a way, you have to sort of say that even if you get a crowd that doesn't like D&D and you get games that don't like D&D, I don't even think there was a market that could have existed for those games if it wasn't initially for Dungeons and Dragons. So in that way, even if you're anti D&D, which I know a lot of guys are, they have to give it some props and just say, thankfully it was around. But I say this because it was around, you got Fudge. Because it was around, you get your GURPS. Because it's around, you get Traveler. And most of the guys were always inspired to make their own stuff based on seeing D&D and not liking it. Like, I want to do this, right? But so even most of the designers, would they have even come up with the idea of a tabletop role-playing game on their own? Like World of Darkness is, we see D&D, we're inspired to make our own thing. We're going to make a different type of game. But I'm like, would you purely have tabletop role-playing games as quick as you had them if it wasn't for guys, Gary, Dave, and them doing testing and sitting down with chainmail and making up the game? So I say, in some ways, for the existence of the hobby overall, you have to give it the props to D&D, just for the existence of the hobby, especially the old school. I appreciate it because it got a lot of old games. Like I get to play all these different games. I get to run all these different games because D&D made a thing, right? So in that way, I look at it from that point of view, that even if you're someone who's not a fan of Dungeons and Dragons, you have to sort of say, like, fair enough, I don't like D&D, but I'm thankful that it existed because it got me this, or it got me this, or I probably wouldn't have had this to play with, right? So and that, I look at, like, comparing old school gaming to new school is just a noticing difference. Like, you see hints of it in the old school, but a lot of the old school games were performance. AD&D 1E is the exception with tournament play. Tournament play is what you're going to see in the future with D&D, which is, and this is not to attack anyone, it's AD&D 1E. Like, the normal at-home game is like every other Dungeons and Dragons game. So I don't want to say AD&D 1E is just tournament play. Just if you go to tournament play, what's tournament play? Separate. The home game, you could do whatever you want, just like any flexible other edition of D&D. But if you went to tournament play, what is it? Raw and modules, right? And then you see a little bit more leaning into miniatures too. Fighting fantasy books were just as important as D&D in the UK. They were much more widely available and accessible because players didn't need to find a group. But if you look at fighting fantasy's history, the idea of it existing comes from there being a market already. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, guys over there looked at what was going on here and said, "Oh, there's a market. We'll make this game." And where'd that market come from? You get what I'm saying? Like, where'd the market come from? The market didn't come from nowhere. It didn't fall from a tree. It comes from looking over at D&D and saying, "Okay, D&D is not. We're not going to use that to make it popular over here. We're going to." And I know what you're talking about. Fighting fantasy was. I give it all the props it deserves. Very popular game. But you got to say the guys see a market existing and going, "We can do that here." Would they have done that initially purely on their own without already looking over across the water and seeing something existing? That's what I mean when I say it inspired ideas and inspired people to make stuff. And so you get the inspiration, you get a market that exists so people can see that a market exists. Like, how could you ever, like, there's no tabletop role-playing games before D&D in that way. And there's no way to know, is it going to be anything? I remember Wargamers, if you look at some of the early statements from Wargamers, they actually thought, and I really don't know if Gary and them meant to do this, but Wargamers, some of them that didn't like D&D, thought the idea of tabletop role-playing games was to replace their hobby. They actually looked at it like they were offended by it because they were actually like, "Are you trying to replace what we do?" Initially, no. I've never heard Gary say, "I'm trying to replace wargaming." He loved wargaming. So it was just he was making a new branch of game inspired by this thing, right? But there were people who thought that. But I'm like, without D&D creating a market, you don't even have the fighting fantasy guys over in the UK looking over and going, "Oh, that works. Let's do something." Right? So that needs to exist for you to get that. Yeah. So that's all I would say is I give D&D props for creating and inspiring people. And I just don't see how quickly people would have came up with that on their own, right? I don't know how quickly that would have happened. Yeah. Sorry about that. But yeah, so that's where I give D&D that. I just got to give it props for, to me it's existing. It's not about you got to like the game. I know a lot of people that don't like it, right? But I'd say the war gamers, no, it was never an attack on war gamers, war games. And actually, I think because of Dungeons and Dragons. Oh my, 1 second. Okay, somebody was yelling for me. Just to clear that up. All right, but yeah, I don't know. I don't mind fighting fantasy. It's all right, right? Like, yeah. Yeah, I personally I didn't mind it. I did try it. I never ran fighting fantasy. I don't know if I'd want to. I'm thinking about covering it because at least I played it, but I got to do my research on that. I never did that up as one of the things, but I heard how much success it had in the UK, and it'd be like I've been thinking about it. Be a shame not to cover it, right? Be a shame not to cover it because it had enough popularity. It's like I felt like I had to do Call of Cthulhu too because I had actually written that up late, even though I ran the game before. There was only so many games I was going to cover, but then I said no. I started having to add games in because I felt like they were just too popular to skip over. Right? Way too popular. No, 1 second. you call it, family visiting and asking him like, "Hey man, can you not come by the door and just let everybody hear your conversation on my chat? That would be nice." You don't mind you talking, but hey, the chat doesn't need to hear everything you're saying, right? But yeah, that's it's and it's not. I get people push back against D&D. I don't think D&D is like the. Remember, I run and played a bunch of different games, so I'm not one of these D&D guys. Even though I did meet a lot of people in the hobby that would stick to one game, like the GURPS people. Like I met a lot of people that play GURPS, and when I finally started running it, they would play GURPS with me. But they'd be like, "Let's try another game," and they're like, "Nah, I'd rather play GURPS." So it was a bit tribal back in the day. The authors were already business importing, distributing games. Vote Games Workshop is more famous. Other things, fighting fantasy books provided non players with an introduction to D&D. Oh yeah, yeah. No, I know what you mean, but I'm just saying, like, it's just the whole birth of the hobby. That's why I did the coverage on OD&D and that, and Beckme and all this, because there's no way, like, even if you look at chainmail, chainmail's like where it starts, sort of where it gets developed, but D&D is the one that establishes. It lets people know there's a market, and it's like there's no way to know, because imagine how many games, and there was a lot of games that came out and flopped, a lot of board games that came out flopped, and you don't even know if you're making a whole another. You're making something out of nothing. You're making a whole new game, and you're wondering if you can even make a market, or if there's people that want to buy that. And you got to think the wargaming hobby was already small. But I actually think the wargaming, see, wargamers were like, are you trying to replace what we're doing here with tabletop role playing games? I don't think that at all. I think actually it's because of the success of tabletop role playing games that, and their connection to war games, that war games got propped back up. Like many ideas, Warhammer came from it. But like I look at Car Wars, and a lot of the TTRPG designers ended up making war games, stuff like that. So I actually see that part of the hobby, like that hobby, as being benefited by the whole thing instead of being harmed by it, right? Because it's as long as you pitch the connection to it. But hey, that's I just say the old school. What I still like to this day is the performance and talent and skill part that sort of safeguards the old school from AI just absolutely taking over. It'd be a lot harder for AI just to offer to run an old school game where there's a lot of randomness and ideas and playing to the imagination and non-miniature combat, like abstract combat, right? It's a lot harder for an AI, right, even right now, to copy that. Where that's where I say the new school, what worries me a bit is taking a hobby in the new school direction, and you go to the grid and you go to the raw, which is again what AD&D 1E did with tournament. When you get to this sort of raw approach, and like say a pre-made adventure, and you're on a grid, AI so rapidly moved ahead that that's the type of gaming it could potentially run really quickly, right? And then you get your AI game master. Here's what I figured would happen soon. I remember when I did my AI game master thing a while ago, was just saying, I said, look, I don't know how quickly it would take over, but I'm pretty sure at one point the AI, see, I didn't know how much of a pushback AI would get. So I understand I would talk about it about a year or so before before it was a big thing, and people were like, oh, AI videos. So it's just before all this hits, but it's going to hit rapidly after I make the video. But I said I wouldn't be surprised if the AI became an assistant factor to the human game master. Like maybe not take over, but definitely become a big part of assisting what's going on, maybe giving answers automatically to a DM during the game. Now we know that a lot of people are so resistant to AI that the idea that you'll be sitting there letting the AI give you answers for the game would turn a lot of people off, because so many people are anti AI, right? But then at the same time, solo gaming is almost proving that yes, AI rapidly moves so far ahead that to a degree you can pretty much get AI to run a solo game as long as you're sticking to raw, mostly raw, a pre-made adventure type of thing, and maybe sticking to a grid. Old school is a safeguard against that, again, because you go back, most combat is abstract. It's more based on performance, skill, and talent, and more random. So it's a lot more like the game master decides what that is type of thing, instead of a for sure raw. AD&D 1E was the tournament play was my first experience of seeing people, the human being used as a PlayStation. And not the AD&D 1E at home, but it's the tournament play was raw. It's like you could run it out of the book, you can run the module, and it depends. You could do the grid at the game shop, which a lot of people did, do a little bit of miniature grid type of stuff. And they would do that, and you'd realize, like a lot of these guys I would see running this type, it's like, this guy has no talent for game mastering at all. That's where I still to this day, I know a lot of AD&D 1E guys personally, I know that have tried to step outside of AD&D 1E and the raw approach with the modules. And when they do, flop. Just saying, I've actually seen it happen enough times now that I understood that for a lot of guys, it was a way of becoming, because back in the day, the game master or DM on the hierarchy was up here. So you get a lot of respect from players around the hobby and how did that respect get built up? Because you had to be talented and skilled and perform well. So the game masters were always taken serious. So imagine if AD&D 1E comes out with this raw approach tournament style, and here you are, you have no skill, no talent, no nothing, but you have a position built up based on people being skilled and talented, so people respect it. And here you are saying, I'm a DM. But you run it raw, you run it, pretty much the book is running the game. Like this is where I said in previous streams, the book is king, right? Where what was Gary Gygax's statement? Why would he be saying the DM is king? Because in OD&D, Beckme, AD&D 1E at home, and even second edition, the idea is the dungeon master is king over the book. Like the dungeon master has authority to be flexible with a flexible game, right? But with raw tournament style with AD&D 1E, the book is king. It's not a maybe. The raw is the book is king. That's where you get you had the idea of rule lawyers, but this concept of rule lawyers being able to call the DM out for that's not in the book. Where would a rule lawyer have that kind of authority? Only in a game where the book is king. So that's why I told people, I said, I heard of rule lawyers from AD&D 1E tournament and raw style, but I was like, second edition, we didn't have them. People are like, well, you didn't have rule lawyers? No, we wouldn't call them rule lawyers. Like it'd be okay for somebody to go, what about this DM? And you could ask a question. But I could say, no, I have the authority to overrule the book to the point where the players would accept that. If you did OD&D, if the book said something, you're the DM. You overrule the book. If you say something, you're the law. Beckme, you're the law. AD&D 1E at home outside of raw, you're the law. DM is king. But if you go to tournament play AD&D 1E, now it's not the same thing. And there was a bit of rule lawyering in some of the other games, but most of the other games built in factors to control players. So they have it so factory based that it wasn't exactly, but it's like your freedom was established. So you wouldn't have to worry about a player saying, what about this? Because the simplicity of your freedom would be understood. So you wouldn't have to say, I'm authority. The game just is going to teach you and the player that you have authority over this. Here's what they can do. And they're very forward, but it's the same rhythm. It's just, I go back to explaining to people, Traveler had it built in, but for aspects of Traveler, that if you tried that at D&D, I have to tell the players to focus. Traveler is made that you have to focus as a player, where D&D isn't made with the built-in factor that you have to focus. It's assumed, right? But I have to get on you, right? Yeah, I've been explaining that. I don't know how many streams in a row. I mean, I've been opening with this every night. I have a couple weeks pretty much where I'm doing physical therapy with my arms and had a bunch of free time. I told the guys after like about a week or so of this, I'd have to go back to being busy. I couldn't do this no more. But if I could start early on these nights, I would. I just sort of play safe and put it up at 8 o'clock, just because that's my usual thing. And if somehow I get called in to be busy, I could guarantee to make it by 8, right? If you're safe, I'm here by 8 no matter what. But on a night like tonight, that's why I've been warning you guys. Like it's just a unique period of time for me. I've been doing these streams for months. The guys usually know I start, around 7:30, 10 to quarter to, something like that. But I'm like, for the next couple weeks, man, if I can get in early, let's do it. It's just more time for you guys, more time for me to get to know people, the free chat, let's see, tonight I'm doing, I got some stuff. I got some notes here. Maybe I'll feed you guys a little bit just to make you happy. There were a number of groups, there were numerous groups of people playing random dice games using rules contained in Dice Man by Luke Reinhardt. It's definitely not true to say D&D was the first. I'm not saying there weren't dice games, but I mean, just the tabletop role-playing games. So in a way, yes, it is first, Craig. It is accurate to say it was first. So games that sort of were like it, well, war games were sort of like it. War games weren't tabletop role-playing games, so they're not first. The dice game you're talking about, not exactly tabletop role-playing games, so it wasn't first. So yes, it's accurate to say D&D was first. That's 100% accurate, right? Games that are sort of like it, war games are sort of like it. Still not considered tabletop role-playing games. So for exactly what they are, they're the first. Were there similar games where you could do dice and these ideas were already out there? Yeah, but if you break them down, they're not exactly that. So they're slightly different. Could they have continued on their own? Probably. There was the book role-playing games where you choose the pages. That stuff was already established before D&D. But I'd still say that's different. That's a novel where you're reading through and picking the pages. That's not even if you want to call it solo, I still don't call that tabletop role-playing games. Not the same thing. Had its own little line, right? You could have done some things with the dice games. I know what you're talking about. You could have done some things with the dice games. They tried other games before D&D, even from war games. So there were several things tried. They just never stuck, right? It was like this form of gaming with the dice became a thing, like became its own thing. And when that became a thing, that thing becomes a line. If you look at that line, the first is D&D, right? So I'm not disagreeing that something like it exists, but there was many things like it that sort of existed. Even the way they were putting it together, the ideas were already written into novels and that in books, and guys already had the concepts. But it's like you got to put the package together, and that's where Gary Gygax takes ideas from everybody, including Dave. And if it wasn't for him putting it all together, you don't get it. He has to put it together. He has to go through the game testing for the world. He has to put it out the way he does. And then you got the proper thing, which is Fighting Fantasy is that. All the other games are tabletop role-playing games in the aspect that they're compared to D&D because they're considered the same thing. And that way, that's what I would say. That's my argument anyway there, Craig. Right. So in that way, I say it owns it. No, I've heard so many people bring stuff like that up, and I'm just like, well, if it's not the same thing, it's not the same thing. All right, something being like it isn't it, right? So if we're going to be picky nerds about it, it would have to be the exact same thing to say that thing was first. That was already a tabletop role-playing game with the characters and the setting and the whole way it functions. And it's like, not exactly. When my brother and I were playing with our Star Wars toys, coming up with scenarios, role-playing that's role-playing. So was the book. Flipping through the book was role-playing. But we're talking about tabletop role-playing games, so role-playing is just an element within it. Put it this way, storytelling was being done. So does that mean all storytelling, Adam, beats D&D? Oh, somebody wrote a novel. I guess they had it first. Geez, can't say D&D is separate. Oh, wait, drama, acting. So is there drama and acting is role-playing. So if I say a stage play, oh, there were stage plays, I guess D&D wasn't there before the stage play. Geez, I guess stage plays beat it out. I mean, you don't get to play Star Wars to get a stage play. That's role playing, and that is role playing. If we're going to get that nitty gritty as a nerd about it, but to say the package of the dice rolling, the role play, the combat, uh, the concept of even combat, all of these factors, and speaking in character beyond just say role play. Because what's role play even to D&D at first? It's not even exactly just speaking in character. It is taking on certain roles, and they have a specific thing. And I actually did a whole stream on this, how D&D looks at role play, and they have a very, very unique view on it. So it's a package combination that makes it its own sport, right? So to say that's like some people say tabletop role playing games are storytelling. No, a story emerges, right? That's the thing. It's like, is it just pure role playing? No, there's a whole separate sort of game element side to it too. Mechanics, rules, dice rolling. And if those things aren't applied to what you're doing, that's not what Dungeons and Dragons is. And so when I say tabletop role playing game or role playing game, either way, I'm saying game at the end. The game element becomes very important to the mechanics. And if, say, you're playing with your toys and you don't get the dice and the mechanics, that's not first. The wargaming, because you're not exactly doing the same things, is not first. Somebody up on the stage play doing acting is not first. Somebody writing a book and doing storytelling is not first. So it's you got to think of these games like the idea of these role playing games is bringing pieces from all these things, putting it together and making a whole new thing. And that thing becomes a combination of things that make that. And every other game that was similar to D&D pretty much had that. Even if it had different rules, it was still, here's your mechanics, here's your role play, here's your storytelling. And there's a mix of all these things that combine together to make that what it is. And if you did Car Wars isn't considered a tabletop role playing game. Even Warhammer for the campaigns is still considered, like, outside of its separate actual tabletop role playing game, it's still considered a war game, right? Because it doesn't have exactly every element, the mixing of elements that you're doing with D&D, right? It just has it has its own ideas within it, sort of steals some stuff. But that's where I say, if we're going to get picky, I mean, I can get ridiculous. Oh, I guess Rome did some stage acting. Oh, well, there's role playing. I guess they were doing it first. No, it's not the same thing. You play with your toys is not the same thing. Not the same thing. Not the same thing. But I get what you're saying. Are you role playing? Yes. But is it just role playing? No, it's a role playing game. So you get the mechanics, you get all this, and you get the bit of storytelling that is part of it. They are meaning to have a story emerge, and there is parts of the game that are lending itself to making that happen. Right. So it's a combination effect. That's always been my thing. It's like, I don't mind all these other lines, but it's like trying to say wargaming is that, like, wargaming is its own thing. You playing with your toys is people playing with their toys, right? People doing stage acting, that's stage acting. Even though that is role playing, that's not the same as playing a game of D&D, like a session of D&D, because there's a combination. So I just say to people, what Gary and them discovered and put together was just something unique that borrows from here, and here. Right? Hey, Black Rose, hey. It's just like throwing a ball around and saying, well, I guess baseball was doing it first. I think we're just getting too nerdy, too picky. Good evening, Black Rose. So yeah, that's my take with the early stuff. Even though I've heard people try to make these arguments, but I just think are quite silly, because I think they're trying to win an argument, or they're trying to. You get some people where they're trying to come across as smart, and it's like they're very thoughtless about what they're comparing, what they're saying to. Right? Well, this is it first. Well, then, if we can be that random, then a stage play from Rome is it first. So I like it's storytelling, even the storytelling bit. I don't. Ugh. We were talking about the idea of D&D being the first tabletop role playing game. And I had Adam here saying, well, he played with his toys. Wouldn't that be considered the first if he was role playing with his toys? It's a game. It's a role playing game. So there's all these elements that come together as a piece. Role playing is a piece of what you're doing. The mechanics and dice rolling are a piece of it. The lending towards a story, and even what is role playing in a role playing game compared to what you think you're role playing when you're playing with your Star Wars toys. And if playing with your Star Wars toys is role playing, and that can be, say, oh, I did this before D&D existed, well, then the stage play back in Rome, ancient Rome, hey, that beat you too. So I guess is the stage play now Dungeons and Dragons? So I'm just saying to these guys, D&D for what it is the first, what I would call, as we know them to be now, tabletop role-playing games. Right? I've heard these arguments. I just never involved myself. It's just I've heard guys say, well, what about this dice thing where you can do a bit of this? Not the same thing. Doesn't have all the combination. Because if you want to say that, then we could say war games are tabletop role-playing games, and they're not. They're separate. So it's just their own little lines. It's like the book games. The books were out first, where you could read the book and go to the page. Some people say, well, isn't that like a solo tabletop? No, it's just it's its own thing. The books, I like them. They are solo, but would I count them as a tabletop role-playing game like D&D? No, of course not. D&D it's something that borrows from role-playing. So it's taking elements from acting, taking elements from storytelling, taking elements from like using mechanics like dice, right? And you put it into one package. And what happens is it becomes its own thing, right? That's all. It's like baseball is baseball. But if I toss a ball around, am I suddenly, oh, I was doing baseball first? What were you doing? I was just tossing a ball over to that. That's not baseball, dude. You need a bat. You need bases. You need all these things for it to establish itself as baseball. So you can't say you were doing baseball first unless you were establishing all these different gimmicks that go along with it that make it what it is. The package deal that says it's baseball, right? That's sort of what I'm saying. And I've heard nerds just try to argue this many times. We were doing role playing before. Well, role playing isn't the only thing you do in a tabletop role playing game. That's just one element of it. So people were telling stories back in ancient Rome. It doesn't mean they beat D&D. Oh, that was where I started off, and that's actually where the conversation really was talking about, like, part of it was saying, because Craig was mentioning fighting fantasy. I was like, well, even if you don't like D&D, you got to sort of thank it for creating a market and showing people that there was a market. And I said, and I did say it was laughable. Wargamers thought that they were actually trying to replace wargaming, which I said was quite the opposite. In all my research, I never researched where Gary and them were trying to ever had it in their minds to replace wargaming. And I actually think it benefited wargaming. I think the popularity of tabletop role-playing games is where you get some of the designers making war games like Car Wars, Starship Troopers, Warhammer borrows from D&D directly. I mean, to me, I think wargaming was enhanced by the market opening up because of the connection a game like D&D had to chainmail and the roots in wargaming, right? So, let alone never replaced wargaming, I think it was actually a benefit to the wargaming. And there was probably more people that probably even sort of got introduced to wargaming coming in through the tabletop role-playing and stuff, right? So you probably built up that community instead of degrading it. And in reality, so few wargamers actually moved over to D&D, and most of the tabletop role-playing is, I just don't think it ever hurt the hobby. That part, that hobby, that wargaming hobby, I think was a benefit. The other thing I was saying was, I look at AI, and I think the new games are more under threat to be. They do some solo AI. I remember about a year or so ago, I did this video about AI game mastering, and guys were all laughing at me. But I mean, I said it's going to rapidly move ahead. This was before all the videos were coming out. I knew from all of this research outside of the hobby, the AI was rapidly moving faster than I thought people really understood. So I did this early video, but I got laughed at. Like guys were all like on streams, like they weren't laughing directly at me, but I remember them reacting right away as soon as I put the video. Like, yeah, sure, there's going to be an AI DM. I'm like, or game master. I'm like, yeah, okay, laugh all you want. You'll be saying that in a year. And what happened in a year? Most of the guys that all laughed at me were all like, yeah, AI game master, like talking about it like it's a real thing after laughing at me. I'm like, yeah, I always know. I won't get the credit for being a hit on this topic, but fair enough. You go ahead, laugh, and then a year later you'll talk like it's all solid, like you just figured it out. Good on you, even though I was there a year or so ahead of you on the topic. Um, but I said new gaming, especially games where it's like raw and by the book mostly, like 5e players expecting by the book. AI has an easier time taking over games like that. But if you get to abstract combat and more like game master's decision stuff, and it's more about performance and skill and talent, where it's game master's choice type of thing and abstract combat, that's a lot harder for an AI. That's a safeguard against AI just rapidly taking that over, right? Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. But I'm just saying, I actually think the tabletop role playing game hobby was a benefit to wargaming. I don't think it hurt at all. I think it was a benefit to the books. I think every form of anything related to D&D, like the tabletop role playing games, were benefited. I remember novels, those read novels. There was only so many out when D&D first all like started dropping, and then when that it was almost like as they got more popular, a lot of other products got popular. War games, those novels got really popular. I would imagine all kinds of other things. Like I said, you don't have to like D&D, but look at Fighting Fantasy over in the UK. That was more popular there. Call of Cthulhu at one point is more popular in Japan. But you don't get these games or even probably putting them out the way they have if people aren't looking at the market where D&D is. Right? Then you got to go, a lot of guys came to D&D and didn't like it, but World of Darkness, could World of Darkness had done what it done and made the money or do any of that without already a customer base in a market already built in by D&D? Plenty of them got customers from that. So you already have a market and customers already in the hobby looking for games. World of Darkness feeds off it. Pendragon, Traveler, every game depends on a market existing with people already around looking for these games. And if you said Traveler's the first, would Traveler have been as popular as D&D? I don't know. Could you have built, like, if you just came up with Traveler and there's like no customers at all, nobody's played these games before, would you have built an entire hobby off that game? I don't think so. So I even think the generic side of D&D was really important too. People can say what they want about it, but I'm like, at the end of the day, the majority of people leaned more into the generic side of D&D than they did a lot of these specialist games like I would like a hobbyist, right? But I mean, I'm not just a D&D guy. I like Traveler. I like GURPS. Like I like the Universal GURPS. I do like that generic system. But I mean, I like Pendragon, right? I like the Cyberpunks. I like all those games. I like some Palladium games anyway. But so I wasn't just a D&D guy, but I was like, yeah, the majority of people, even when I was young, played D&D. You can't get away from it. They just did. And so it holds up the hobby for what it is, right? Just us. And you don't have to like D&D. I know a lot of guys that hated Dungeons and Dragons, but I'm like, yeah, okay, as a nerd, I get it. I get where the anger about D&D. I get it's generic. It's this, you're blah blah blah. But it's like, dude, most games are made based on competing with it. Very few games are made totally inspired by it, but you'd have to say there was some inspiration there, even if the guys didn't want to admit it. Some guys were just like war gamers. The few war gamers that made games, they were like, fuck, I hate D&D. I'm going to make a real game, a war gamer with like Traveler. But when you look at Traveler and look at how it is, a lot of people are surprised when I say that's a war gamer that made that. Like, really? It's not like the more combative game? No, see, Craig, you're missing my point. Role playing can be done on a stage play. So I'm not saying role playing. I said role playing game. I haven't argued that it was the first role playing. So you're cutting out a whole section of my argument, and then once you redefine it, then you can argue against the thing you redefine. But I never made that argument. So, and I can beat you out there. I can say, go back to ancient Rome. They beat you. So as far as, and I mean, not rolling dice. I mean, role playing in the whole aspect of the game, rolling the dice, playing with the abstract combat, so theater of the mind, going into verbal. You have to do verbal right away. So talking in character, big part of the game, um, and then the storytelling aspect of it too. Purposely doing it for the sake of actually having a story emerge from it, which I even talk about it as right in original D&D text. So I'm just saying the whole package is meant to get this routine. Is there things that we're doing role playing before that? Yeah, but you're redefining my argument. And once you take out a certain element, well, then your thing works. But once you put my element back in, your thing doesn't work. You see what I'm saying? So I'm saying D&D for what it is the first of what it is. So if you say, am I saying D&D is the first just role playing, period? No, because then theater would have beaten us all right there. Any form of playing with Star Wars, he was saying with the Star Wars toys, Adam made that argument. What about that? Or just rolling dice a bit just to do some aspects of role play. You could even roll dice with some of the books. You can roll dice and actually decide with a character going through the books. That's, I still call that separate, though you could do that with some of the novels. So when I say D&D, it's the first of what it is. It's just like saying, trying to say, and then you have to have the other system too. There has to be someone who runs a game. There has to be players. So there's elements like from wargaming, like the referee. So you have someone who manages the experience. You're also looking to get a story out of what you're doing. And then you got to do social role play, not just role playing the character thing. And all these things make up D&D. And if you cut D&D down to something it's not, well, then you could say, well, this beats it out. But, well, that's not D&D, though. And that's not even the rest of the games. I'm just saying. I said we get D&D as a monopoly, which means dominates the culture of role playing. But it was the first two of what it was. That's what I'm trying to say. If you take it for what it is, the other thing you're talking about is not that in package. So all the other things that are based on it are all the same thing. Somebody runs a game, you look at their story, do the care, like you once you do the package together, you realize there's a lot of similar things to it, but not exactly. There's some truth to that, but you get to the combat. So, but there's other pieces to it, and there's just pieces you're leaving out of what you've done. So the thing there that you're talking about, I'm not saying that didn't exist or there wasn't something leaning into what we're saying. And hey, Zach, how you doing? It's just to say that wasn't D&D, and so what you're talking about isn't first. D&D for what it is, and all the other games that are similar to it becomes the first of its line. Right? It's creating a whole new thing. It's like wargaming. I mean, there's a lot of arguments about where does wargaming start, but I still think you need a package of rules and certain agreements before you initially say it's wargaming, as we know it when they talk about like tabletop wargaming. There's guys that will say you can go back as far as Rome. I would actually say rules and certain agreements don't actually appear till a certain, I think it's like, I would say it's like the 30s, but a lot of people say it's like the 1800s. And I'm like, there's war games, but it's not in the aspect of what we're talking about. There becomes a new package, or I would say a new style of it, or whatever. Yeah, so does Warhammer, but Warhammer is not tabletop role-playing games. I mean, there is a tabletop role-playing game for Warhammer, but the initial Warhammer had role-playing too, but it's not D&D. and it wouldn't be in the line of D&D. And if you brought out the Warhammer first, the war game with the campaigns, that's not a tabletop role-playing game, even though it has role-playing in it, right? Because it's just a different aim. See, there's certain elements that are aim, where combat's not always the main aim, and there's abstract, and even if you go back to naval, there's optional things like a potential referee or agreement. Where in D&D, it's a referee, and your storytelling as well. So nerds can be so pick things apart. I get it. But you gotta keep just correcting them. Nope, not that. Doesn't have a thing. Nope, not that. Doesn't have a thing. Nope, dude. You can talk to your blue in the face. Doesn't have the thing. Doesn't have the thing. Doesn't have the thing. Doesn't have this thing. Doesn't have this thing. Doesn't have this thing. Until you get the whole thing, it's a different line. Do you get into the discussion of who created what as far as Gygax and Artisan? Well, I think it took a team of people to make it. But I would say this. So I don't count it as one person making it. That sort of just solves the problem. It's not Artisan or Gygax. It's a group of people. There's a group of people game testing and making it. And even some of the ideas that Artisan comes up with, he's having discussions with guys that are giving him ideas. And there's even another guy who writes some of these ideas. So it's like a team of people that come up with it. So that debate's not even worth having. I come down to who put it, who got the package together properly and got it out to the market. Arneson could not achieve that. Gygax could. So without Gygax, you don't got D&D. That's my opinion. You don't got D&D the market like the way we have it. I never said that either, Craig. You're role playing a character if you play Warhammer, the war game. There's similar elements, but it doesn't have the whole thing. It's just different. It's like it's a war game. It has a different aim, a different focus, right? So it's like, would you say Warhammer? Because we have to, if you're going to say that your naval game is the same thing, we have to say Warhammer, not the tabletop role playing game, but the war game Warhammer is now no different than Dungeons and Dragons. Even chainmail to a degree, you could say you're playing characters. There's elements where if you look at how the guys would fight each other, I'm being this commander, you're being that commander, there's role playing. So it's chainmail now, not just a war game, but now it's no different than a tabletop role playing game. And this is where Gary had to make the case to the guys where it was Keystone event that made it all happen. Well, Jeff Speed, that has elements, but there's wargaming elements. It's a mixed thing. And even Dave Arneson, if you actually hear his like several interviews, and I did my whole thing on him, he admits not every idea was his. And that's public. That sort of kills that there, Jeff Speed. Sorry. So team, right? Even Dave himself admits not every gimmick he was trying was just his. It sort of starts off as elements of his ideas, and then people start doing things. And it's a team sport. So I just sort of take that away. But even if you just had Dave and no Gary, you don't have D&D on the market. It's a question. The answer isn't, I didn't say that. Okay, Craig, I'm going to fucking get straight with you here, boy, right now, so you can fucking listen to me one time. I'll get it right straight to you. Is Warhammer, the game, the war game, a tabletop role-playing game the same as Dungeons and Dragons? No. Period. So it's war game. Do you have elements in everything you do? Of course. But is there every element on purpose in the Warhammer? Are you exactly storytelling? No. In Chainmail, are you storytelling? In the naval game, are you storytelling even if you play a character? No, that's not the aim. Do you have a sort of set of players, not just one? And do you have a certain focus where it's a mix of telling a story. It's not about groups either. You're not playing war. So it's about individual characters. And that becomes true of every game to follow. right? And then you have to look at the structure too of mechanics. It's not just dice rolling. So a lot of mechanics are mechanics separate from dice rolling. It's a mix of all these things together and done in a certain way. Now, could you say you find aspects like this in wargaming? Yes, but that's like trying to say that Warhammer is then if we brought that out the war game, well, that beats D&D. That's the same as D&D. That's the same as World of Darkness. That's the same as Palladium. No, it's not, dude. That's a separate thing. The naval thing is a separate thing. This dicing over here is a separate thing. So are they their own lines with some similarities? Yeah. And am I saying that D&D is the first to role playing on its own? No, no. Never said that either. I said D&D as far as tabletop role playing games, which I kept repeating. So pay attention. It's a really important detail here. I kept saying, as far as tabletop role playing games for what they are, D&D is the first. But I'm talking about that package. Period. If you say, well, this is first a role playing or role playing with dice, there's role playing with dice back in the 30s. If you go back to that wargaming too, they're doing sergeants and that and everything, and they actually talk to a degree if they're doing their things. That's why I say in the 30s, do your studies with the chainmail. They're actually role playing with characters. They just don't do it with refs unless it's like a volunteer thing. And in tabletop role playing games, the guy who runs it is not volunteer. That's a permanent part of the package. So when you put it together and the focus on storytelling, which there is a focus even in original D&D in the text, well, that's a different thing. That's just like its own sport. It's almost like you can have war games and they have some similarities. Own sport. You can have the books. The books actually, you're role playing a character as far as the book is concerned, the way you are, and you can use dice with some of those games. Still not the same thing as D&D. You could do the naval or war gaming. Still not the same thing as D&D. Is it role playing beforehand? Yeah, but I never made the case that it wasn't. So I think we're talking over each other. You're missing my point, right? So if we can get back on the same page here. Are you saying role playing was done with an element of role playing a character in a game beforehand? Role playing was done in chainmail playing a character before D&D. So I've been saying that I think 8 times now. Using minis only battle maps came out when during Mordham. Combines all elements. And also the abstract combat thing is very important to what tabletop role-playing games are, which is mainly what they are for the first bit before you really get to a serious grid with WotC. You're right about the team thing, but I think it was like a first TTRPG happened, but yeah, Gygax made it happen. That's not the shit on it's not to shit on Dave Arneson. I just think if you look at it's a team thing. I just have to say that because so many people put little bits in, but could you say Dave put important bits in? Yeah, I don't want to take any credit away from Dave and say he didn't put important pieces into it. Jesus Christ. That's not my argument at all. Sorry, Lord. But Gygax is the guy where you got to say the reason I put him behind D&D is Gygax is the guy who pushes it out to the market. He's the force behind the product. And I don't think Dave would have forced it out. I don't think none of that. And so, yeah. And just to go back to Craig, so I don't think we're disagreeing where you think we're disagreeing, because you're saying this is true about this. It was doing this beforehand. I haven't disagreed with none of that. But what I'm saying is, I don't call what you're saying as a tabletop role-playing game being the same as what we call tabletop role-playing games. That's my disagreement with you. You're saying this is or at least that the way you were disagreeing with me is this came first. I'm like, well, for what it is, I don't call that coming first, because if we're talking about role-playing characters, yes, that's of course done in games with dice. From chainmail, go back to the 1930s. But is it what I call D&D? No. So, is there similarities? Is there these ideas already peeking around the corner? But are they tabletop role playing games the way we know them? No, they're like sort of early things that are experimenting with role playing a character with some mechanics. Is it the whole package? No. So, when I say what we know as tabletop role playing games today, I don't even call it an early version. These were just early, these are ideas that you're going to see in tabletop role playing games being done with other games or other ideas. No doubt that's a real thing. But if you say suddenly chainmail is then a tabletop role playing game because people play characters with dice, I would disagree. I would say no, chainmail is not original version of D&D. It's not a tabletop role playing game because you roll dice with mechanics and role play the character, which they were doing with chainmail, right? Not that it was you had to do it, but it was an aspect of what people were doing. They were doing it as early as the 30s, as far as I can really research it out, right? But no, not the same. Uh, to be fair, Mordheim existed before we knew, but it was just adapted to tour games. Yeah. Blackmore's story, the way he tells it in Blackmore documentary was just amazing to hear how they were all wargaming and stumbled into a kind of knew they had found something. Yeah. Yeah. Well, they were taking aspects of imagine it's one thing to role play your general in a war game, but imagine you get down to the individual character, then you need a group, then you need all this stuff start coming together. It's I got it, and even the if you actually look at what they did, they're not originally with the idea of the separate different characters. So that actually comes from a guy who's writing. I forget which guy it was. I mentioned it during my OD&D coverage. Uh, there's an actual novel out there that inspires him to have the elf, the dwarf, and it's not just Lord of the Rings. It is actually something else. There is something, a concept where somebody I think was taking away from Lord of the Rings, and they liked what they were doing, and it's the aspect of going into a dungeon. And that's something that Dave digs into. He takes a sort of hint of an idea and starts really drilling at it, right? He makes it a different thing than a war game. It was just a misunderstanding of definitions looking at the topic on whole. You both agree on the same thing, but might have different perspective definitions. Just not even, I just don't say it as technical. It's just like saying, there's no disagreement, I don't think at all. I just think maybe Craig misunderstood me to be disagreeing with him that this thing was, it's like, hey man, this was doing role playing with this was doing dice with characters or role playing characters before D&D. Well, I don't disagree with that. So I haven't disagreed with that at all. I even said that as he said it the first time. My disagreement was to say I still don't count that as being a tabletop role playing game the same way D&D is. It's like it has this aspect, but there's a whole different package for D&D. So when I say tabletop role playing games, I'm initially talking about something separate from what he was talking about. And that's, if you want to say it's technical, but that thing only has an aspect of what you do in an overall tabletop role playing game, which it has dice, it has role playing character, but so do other games. But does it have all the other elements that you put together to make a tabletop role playing game? And it's all these elements are copied over to every other tabletop role playing game. So it's like if you go to Traveler, it's going to be the same thing. The multiple characters, abstract when it comes to combat, because miniatures was just not a thing in pretty much almost every single game there was. Abstract combat was common, and even if you did somewhat grid-like combat, it was usually optional because miniatures were just costing too much. So that was not built as mandatory. Then there was a storytelling aspect, which D&D and every other game that followed made sure that it did lean into, right? And then you got to look at the game testing, as Drift Speed has talked about here with Gary and Dave, and the uniqueness of the way they went at the game and their method of playing into the dungeon, even though it's not copied by Traveler, it's still similar. And then the reaction from the world, like the game master being a mandatory piece of the game, right? Like, and that the reaction of the world, the reaction of NPCs, right? So you're not just role playing. I'm reacting with a plant, right? If they hit it, right? So there's so many aspects that make a package. So when I say what he's talking about isn't that. I was saying there's not enough of the thing we're doing with the D&D thing to make that the same thing, right? It's like you could, there's so many elements from D&D you could put into, people did with chainmail. I get it. You could role play a character, roll a dice. That was already being done, of course. But was it the referee mandatory? Was it all these other elements that make up the game? No. And every other game that followed D&D, even Fighting Fantasy, follows these gimmicks, right? So they become like their own sport. And if you have one of these gimmicks without these elements, you're not that. And there's people, there's like the Warhammer that tries to do campaigns with wargaming. So it starts stealing ideas from it later, which is quite interesting. Turnaround. But I'm not going to, to me, it's, I've heard, I know we can all get a little nerdy here and pick at serious things, but it's like, that's where I say, if it's not the same, it's not the same. It's just, there's all the separate things. It's like the book. A lot of people said, Stephen, when do you count the book with the rolling dice as being before D&D? Because I've had people mention this to me. I'm like, no. Does it have a referee or like a game master? No. Does it have multiple players? No. Does it have abstract combat outside of the storytelling? No. Does it have the built-in adventure and all this stuff? Like in the same way with the randomness? Yeah, but no at the same time. I'm like, well, that's not a tabletop role playing game. Hell, I don't even see solo gaming as the same thing, to be honest. Now the solo guys know that. I'm not trying to offend them, but just saying. Have you seen the crazy amounts of Kickstarter money being invested in TTRPGs? Very interesting to see. Makes me want to try and publish some stuff I've been working on. It's not even mostly in games. It's like clones and modules and money grab stuff, which is, it just doesn't enhance the hobby. See, I love back in the day where every new thing that came out was so new and so new concepts, or even the way they would do the experience. It was something to enhance the hobby. Where now it's just like money grab, and the audience is very careless with where they put their money, because that money is power. It's like a protest. It's like, if you want something better, you got to watch where you put your money. But if you just keep hoping something comes better, but you keep investing your money over here, then you create a market where all the people making products only want to make the money grab thing. Even you're talking about it now, Driftwood or Driftfeed. Like you're literally going down the line and, hey man, I see all these money grab things. I think I want to make a money grab thing and get it. Like, oh bullshit. And then what will you hear the customer say? I'll get you a black rose. It's like what you hear customers say after a while. Man, why isn't like something really unique coming out? Well, dude, if you keep giving money to the thing over here, people keep making the thing over here. You customers have to decide when you go, oh, okay, we're holding on. And the second a money grab thing doesn't get the money, but the money exists. Now, at least people know it exists, but the money is not going into a product. Now, Drift Speed and other people are going to feel the pressure to go, well, the money's there, but I can't do a money grab thing, so I got to make a unique game. There you go. It's what happened to TSR. TSR, before it does modules and money grab gimmicks, what does it do? It has to make different games, right? Right? It had to make different games. But when it started doing modules and settings, suddenly you're getting modules and settings. And the only time you start getting new games again, I'll give you a second, Black Rose, is when that dips, right? It's a lovely thing being what we are, to be able to ponder, debate on topics we are passionate with, sharing experiences, perspectives. I have no problem thinking outside the box, but I think it's like a matter of fact thing. It's like it's like wargaming with these elements. It's just wargaming, and there's nothing to win there, and there's no need to say that D&D wasn't the first of what it is. Like there's not like something else where you can say that is what we know as all tabletop role playing is first. It's simple to say. The package comes together in 1994. the package, and the package is then copied over with all these different elements after that. That's all it is. And even if you had concepts where it's like, okay, did D&D take some wargaming stuff? Yes. Did it take some role playing with character stuff? Yes. Did it take some storytelling aspects? The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, other books? Yes. Did it take, instead of having the ref be an optional thing, did it make it a mandatory thing? Yes. Did it come with the idea of the individual characters going around to do specific things for building up a character, either through the idea early is like classes and levels and stuff like that, but you're looking at increasing a character through time. So the idea of increasing a character either through point buy or some type of improvement of the character, it's all part of the package. And that package becomes established by D&D. It's established. And again, you can find wargaming aspects. So the wargaming was doing that before it was, but wargaming is not that. This other thing was doing the role playing with dice before D&D was doing it, but it still doesn't do the rest. So it's not the same thing. It just has these elements. You're taking acting, social interacting, role playing character, all these elements, and you're putting it together in one package, and that makes like a new sport. It's like I can go around and throw the ball between me and a friend, like a baseball. It's still not baseball. It's not an early version of baseball. No matter how many similarities I'm doing with it, until I start establishing the package of what baseball is, it's not baseball. And once I establish what baseball is, if all of these other versions of baseball come out, well, then whatever I establish first is it. Even if somebody was like, whoa, I put a ball up on the thing and would hit it with a stick, so I guess I was first. No, dude, that wasn't baseball. It's not the same thing. So I think, in a matter of fact, D&D creates this unique package. And it's unique enough to say it's separate from these other ideas. And some of these other ideas just didn't have legs to stand on. Some of them didn't get too far. Some of the novels lasted for a while. Wargaming was benefited by it. I'll give that. And ideas that even carried over more to wargaming, like Warhammer takes more on the role-playing stuff, even though that sort of was a hint idea in chainmail. Sales and Kickstarters don't equal play. No, totally agreed, Adam. And that's what happened with AD&D 1E too. That's exactly what happened with AD&D 1E. People were like, TSR lost a lot of people over AD&D 1E because there was a shitload of purchases, but a lot of people didn't like it. Imagine you're purchasing and you're like, okay, I'm going to go. The images are showing me fighting a dragon out in the sunlight. And you're going to play the game, and you're like, wait, why am I a bum? Thunder and lightning, sorry with that. Why am I a bum in a dungeon scragging around? Like, this is not what I thought the game was going to be. People really thought they were going to be fighting out under the sun. They had all these ideas, and I talked to a lot of the guys, and they just said, no, it's not it. That's why they went off to play Palladium. And if it wasn't for AD&D 1E, even though it sold a lot, if it wasn't for crashing out because of it not living up to a certain standard, you wouldn't get Palladium being successful. It was sort of good for the hobby, because when AD&D 1E crashed, a lot of other games got huge pick-me-ups. World of Darkness, Palladium, the whole 9 yards. Pendragon, go over to Traveler. Traveler got a huge pick-me-up from that. All these other games, because a lot of people would stick to one game, or they'd stick to a line. So when you lost your customer, it could be devastating. And a second edition just could not bring TSR back. Like, by the time second edition comes out, it holds on for a while, but it doesn't claw back a lot of people. It just doesn't, because now people went from, I purchased AD&D 1E, didn't like it, now I'm playing Palladium, or I'm playing GURPS, or I'm playing Traveler, or I'm a World of Darkness guy now, right? So no, and that's early on accepted that it doesn't equal play. But what you do get is you get a lot of these Kickstarters being the city campaign, the pre-made adventures, further updates to settings. So it's like money grab stuff. It's not even a lot of new games. And even when you get these new games, a lot of them are like clones of 5e, for example, as much as there's clones of OSR games, right? So it's clones, clones, clones. And if the market becomes money grab all the time, it's on the customer base. But the customer base will then turn around and complain to you. Like, they'll complain to you later. Why isn't there any of these new unique games out? Well, that's on you, dude. I don't know why you're complaining. Did you go put the thing in for the Kickstarter for the add-on thing or the clone? Yeah. Okay. Did a lot of you do that? Yeah. That's why you're not getting your game. Because people will look at people look at what's safe. So if the module is selling safe, you're going to get the module. Oh, you missed a whole bracket. I'm not going over that again, but I think I made my points anyway. And there's no point. People don't want to hear that whole thing again. So sorry about that, dude. But yeah, I think we don't disagree. The last thing I'll just say is I don't think what you're talking about is the same package of things. That's it. But yeah, just feed. As far as I think people are stuck to where the only way they get a game that they're going to want is when they protest with their money. So they got to look at the modules coming out and go, okay, this time I'm not investing in that Kickstarter. So it's like, yeah, did a lot of you do that? Because I talked to a bunch of guys that were talking to me about this stuff, like, because they'd say, man, why are these unique games coming out? I'm like, well, did a lot of you like do the Kickstarter thing for the guy? Yeah. Oh, geez, people are going to play safe with money. Like if they see, I took a chance with my Neo TTRPG system because it's like I could have tried to do a clone. I could have tried to do what I see people buy, and that's what a lot of people are going to do. They're not going to want to take a risk. A lot of people are going to see what you buy. Oh, that made a lot of money. I'll make something like that. Oh, because that's safe. Well, I put all the work in and just always gamble. So a lot of people start making what they see you putting money to. So that's why you get a shitload of these clones. Why are there so many clones of old D&D games? Because a lot of the clones make money. And that's what guys they're going to say, well, that's safe. If I make the clone instead of a unique game, I'll get the money. So at that point, the customer has to say, "Whoa!" But then here's what's even weirder: they get to know a lot of these guys making the games, and they think it's like some personal thing. Man, I'm going to go invest in his game. Okay, you're going to get it and not play it, or it's going to be a clone of D&D. Okay, and then you're going to complain later. Hey, I don't get this unique game. Oh, did you go invest in that guy's game? Yeah, the clone. Yeah, that's why, dude. TSR and WotC had to do money grab because TTRPG have a bad business model. Oh, they do. AD&D only require maybe 1 book purchase for players and 3 purchase for DMs, even if the DM bought everything. It's just when I say AD&D 1E, here's where I get on it, Adam. AD&D 1E introduces the modules as a big thing from tournament play. Like there was already pre-made adventures, but they if you look back at what they say, they realize. And so when AD&D modules and tournament play comes out, you'll notice a lot less games start getting made because they start going modules, and modules is money grab. Right? It's a money grab because what do they stop teaching, Adam? You know this. And OD&D and back then, I know you're an old school guy, so you'll know what I'm talking about. You understand sandbox and building your own adventure from the sandbox in your own setting from the sandbox with OD&D and Beckme, right? Notice how you're really not taught that with AD&D 1E. Like if you're not a Beckme or OD&D, if you weren't in the hobby that long and you started at AD&D 1E, you wouldn't even know what a sandbox is. And they were so well at not teaching it, but they redefined because the sandbox becomes a threat to their module thing because Traveler starts teaching sandbox. All these other games use sandbox, so you don't got to buy pre-made adventures. You just use the sandbox to make the adventure. Well, D&D got rid of that, and then they redefined what a sandbox is into the module format, so they just keep selling modules. Because if you realize what a sandbox is, you don't need the modules, and actually your own adventures are most likely going to be better for you and your players. So that would be really crippling to the module thing. And that sort of destroys the whole make your own thing. Now, if you already know sandboxing before AD&D 1E comes out, you're fine. But if you're new to AD&D 1E, you're fucked. You're going to be stuck to modules. You're going to be stuck to settings. The idea of you making your own stuff, either you had to get lucky to figure out or go play other games to figure out sandbox. And they got so scammy with it that they actually redefined sandbox into the modules. And Adam, when I did my sandbox video, I explained proper sandbox from ODD, BECME, Traveler, and all this. I explained it in my original sandbox video, even my new one, right? I describe exactly what we'd all know to be a sandbox, but a bunch of D&D guys that only came in at AD&D 1E, they actually argued with my original video, said, you got it wrong. Now, all you guys, real old school guys, would all know that video was fine. I got it completely right. But all the guys that started with AD&D 1E, a bunch of them were saying my video was off. I got the sandbox wrong. And the reason they thought I got it wrong is because they weren't taught what a proper sandbox is. They only understand the redefined version of the sandbox into the module, right? So, and that TSR did that on purpose. That was trickery. They redefined what a sandbox is. Sandboxes in the module. So, and that was to make money. I got 2 ads in a row. They both said backed in minutes, and it's hundreds of thousands of dollars for the book, and that doesn't really tell you what it is. Just says art in the setting. Yeah, that, geez, I don't know. Some guys depend on their reputation and push just to get you to back. And guess what? A lot of people are throwing money at nonsense. So if guys know they can be that vague and get away with it, they'll do that. If there's a history of the customer doing something, you follow what the customer does. Small customer base has got even smaller. To a degree. But here's the great thing. The smaller the customer base was, the better products you got usually. That's the weird thing, because you're experimenting to grow the base usually, right? When you need to experiment and take risk, that's when you do the cool things. That's when you get top secret. That's when you get all the old TSR games, is when they're going, here's D&D, but we're trying to start a business. Like, I wouldn't call World of Darkness a business or Plenty a business the same way D&D was. They were like some people making games, right? And like almost like OSR clone guys with little groups, maybe a group of guys making a game. They'd make some money. They'd have a name of a company, but it wasn't like a big staffed company. TSR was, they wanted something bigger. They wanted like a real company with staff and the whole 9 yards. So they start coming out early on with not just D&D, but other games, trying to continue the money flow in, because they're trying to establish a real company. It's finally when you get to the pre-made adventures, especially with tournament play, do they realize that they're onto something? It's like finally you can go without making a new game or a new edition and make adventures, but you got to have people that need adventures. That's why they kill teaching of the sandbox. So sandbox is pretty commonly understood before AD&D 1E. And then sandbox completely disappears. And it's a whole scam. It's a scam to make you need what they have. It's the absolute truth. If you know anything about OD&D and BECME, you'll know what I'm saying. They understood what the sandbox was. You could do sandbox adventures with OD&D and BECME, even though they sort of start bringing out some of this pre-made stuff. You could do sandboxing with Traveler. Every game is sandbox. Now, some have settings, but many don't. Like many games like Traveler, it gives you the ideas to make your own setting. It gives you the sandbox gimmick to make your own adventures. And that worked as well for D&D. And actually, when you're tailoring out and developing your own adventures, it's usually better for you and your players than buying a module. Because a module is what creates a railroad. Do you think a railroad was normal part of the game? What was all old school tabletop role-playing games, Adam? players do what they want. Well, how could that be a statement that's true if the concept of the railroad appears? And where does the railroad come from? The railroad doesn't exist in OD&D in the same way. It doesn't even exist in BECME. The railroad is a module gimmick. The railroad is you running an adventure made by somebody else where instead of your players freely doing what they want, to a degree, they got to stay in lines. And then later, the idea of doing the sandbox module is to give you more options as a DM, so your players have more options as if they're in a bit of a more free open sandbox. But not exactly either. Still railroad. Railroad is not a concept until you really get to AD&D with modules. Always going to sandbox, do my own thing. Modules seem like a clutter if it makes any sense. A lot of people say take ideas from them, but even then, I don't know. I didn't bother. I really didn't, because I understood how to do the sandbox. Like what you're talking about there is like, I like just to tailor it to what my players want. Like I don't need other ideas. My players are going to give me ideas. I'm going to improvise. I'm going to go in and have fun, right? And that sort of creative zone of creating what I want to make, that's a lot of fun for me. So it's like, I really don't need other ideas as long as I sort of get some concepts like, But yeah, sandbox was always better, but they figured it out. They took the sandbox out, and the module becomes what we call the railroad. Pre-made adventure railroad. See, in a sandbox, players lead the game. You get all these different ideas, and you're sitting like, if you guys heard the video I've done, you would know this if you're old school. My sandbox explanation works, and people have known it forever. If they're real old school, they'll totally get it, and the players are going to guide where the game goes. And they can either take a hook that you put out there, or they can go after something that they want to. You got to be willing to improvise. I won't do the whole explanation over again, but you get my point is that's where the statement players do what they want to do in the game comes from, because they do. And you go along and you improvise with the tools you have to. You got to understand rules and that, but beyond that, improvising is not hard. Even though people make it sound like it's really work, it's not. It's actually quite easy, and it becomes fun, right? I mean, it could be rough, I guess, your first time as a game master, just getting used to the concept of you making your own stuff up. But once you do it, you realize it's not hard at all, and then you start, oh, okay, this is fucking awesome. I just make up shit. They want to go over here. Sure, I'll say that's over there. Let's see, right? And you go with it, and what you're going to do is, as they figure out what they want to hook onto between sessions, and even during the session, you start coming up with ideas, but between sessions, you're really going to start building from what you've done. That's all. And so, in a way, if there is a railroad at that point, or an adventure or path, the players are creating it. But as long as you're comfortable with improvising, at any point, they can get off the path. Because you realize no matter where they go, you can build a new line, no matter where they go. They want to go over here, off the path they were on. Okay, let's start going over here. I'll improvise this way then. Right. So once you get cocky because you get comfortable with doing it, that's when players have real freedom to do what they want in the game, right? But when you're running a module, that's when you hear the term railroad. So a lot of guys that came into the old school a little late, they don't understand that railroad is not a common gimmick. It's an AD&D 1E module gimmick. Because now you're running another DM's game. And if they've done their modules right, they've done their sandbox. So the module is built from a sandbox. They've done theirs, and now for you to get your players to do what they've done, a little bit of rain, sorry, because it's thunder and lightning out here. I didn't know it was going to be thunder and lightning tonight. It just sort of happened. But if you want to get your players playing the module, you have to force them to a degree, push them into areas, railroad them. Right? But if you're just building off what players do, there's no railroad. It's not even a thing. And you'll notice the railroad doesn't exist in Traveler. It doesn't exist in Cyberpunk. It doesn't exist anywhere, right? There's no railroad outside of modules. That's sort of what I'm saying is like, because a lot of people get intimidated. They actually think it's going to be hard, and like you get it, I get it. Anyone who has the nerve to do it, and like they have, because it can seem like, oh, I got to make all this shit up. You think it's going to be hard, then you get in and go. I mean, as long as you got some talent, of course. If you're someone who's not creative, yeah, all right, fair enough. You might not be the guy for the head of the table, right? But if you are, boom. The players come up with stuff, you come up with stuff, and it all plays out using a module would just confuse me. Same here. That's why I wouldn't use them. And between sessions, you take what you've done, your player's done, you might scratch up a bit more. You start developing that out, right? And you get your twists and turns. By the end of your thing could be turned into a module, right? But then for another DM to take your adventure that you and your players made up, he'd have to railroad because your players went down a specific path and you created stuff for the path they've chosen freely from improvising. But for him to copy you to a degree, that's the railroad, right? I can't do the railroad either. I like how they're playing it. If you make them go here and go there and do that, the tabletop for me was to get away from that. Yep. I like complete freedom. I like to play that way. And so I knew I liked to play the game that way. I always made sure it was the way I ran the game too. And the idea with the modules, I was just like, no, I don't want to touch a module, dude. I realized what a sandbox. I got lucky. I got taught the sandbox from my first DM. He ran his game because he was real old school. So he ran his game in that free form way. And so I knew right away what a sandbox was. And the second I knew what a sandbox was, I was like, do you want to run a module? I was like, no, I have no interest at all. It's like, because to me, the sandbox was the way I played the game, like how the players played their characters. So me running a module was work. Me running the sandbox was me involved in the game the way the players were. Like me making stuff up and going with it. It's just like them needing to figure out what they're doing with their characters when they go through the thing. So that way I felt like I was playing the game through that form. And I like creating. And I knew some guys couldn't sit a bunch of guys couldn't do that. And that's what happened with AD&D 1E tournament play. They would do raw and modules. And some guys would get stuck there because they turn them into PlayStations. But I'm like, a real game master, because every other game expects you to do sandbox. That's talent, that's skill. If you can't do it, I don't know. I would call you the guy. I jokingly call those guys module DMs, right? Well, the modules and supplements are good for reading, but never played as well as they read. No, because it's pigeonholing you. So that's why it's not coming across as well. But I get what you're saying, Adam. I don't disagree that some of it's interesting reading. I'm a nerd too. I 100% agree with you. Somebody's like, oh, it's a drow thing, interesting thing that DM came up with, and I would hope some of my own adventures, if you were someone from the outside and heard about my adventure, you might find that as interesting as you find the module. But that's all that you're really. It's in that same pattern. But I still prefer to do freeform. But yeah, there are some guys that weren't creative enough. And the guys that were I would call module DMs, I would call them not meant to be game masters. They were guys that got stuck with AD&D 1E. And now, decades later, they'll say they have nostalgia for AD&D 1E. But I'm like, I don't think you do, dude. I'm like, because they're like, I only play AD&D 1E. I'm like, you might hear a lot of thunder right now. Sorry about that. Interesting. But I'm like, can you run something outside of that? Not really. Or if you do, does it have to be something with a setting and a pre-made adventure and you run it by the book? See, if you start giving those guys the same elements with other games, they can run them. But now, if they go run that game, now it has to be by the book, by the adventure. I'm like, okay, dude. So sandbox was always what I meant when I say performance, pacing. And you would notice if you went and ran or played a game with a guy who was a module DM, the pacing would be really bad, through scenes. Um, they would get hiccups if you challenged them to do something that wasn't in the book. was just constant. It was just constant. I was like, dude, you're filling the role. But I understood what it was made for. It was made to sell the game. It's like, what if you want to have it where in public, the store owner could run the game for customers and sell the game to them for you? And what's a guaranteed way to get more people to run the game to take care of the growing player base? Because that was a real issue for TSR. They have a growing player base that's bigger than any other player base, but with a lot less guys to run it, right? So modules and doing it raw was a way to start building up a roster of sort of these mediocre guys to run the game for their growing player base, right? If I want to read sticks to book or stick to books, sure. There might be some good ideas in those modules, but can you get good ideas? Anything else? That's it too. Zeg, you got it right there. Like just watching movies, reading other stories. Of course, you're collecting ideas from this stuff. There's no doubt. There's no doubt. You're collecting other ideas from all kinds of other things, right? It's all about crafting. But the same way, I think, in a way, I like the craft setting too, right? That was sort of me too. Cheap, but at the same time, I just didn't need it. And that's where, geez, if you understood, that's where Gary sort of started figuring. I remember the earlier comment I heard from him was, or heard about him saying was, he was hoping the customers would never figure out that they didn't need him or D&D. Because really, I remember I started off before I ever played organized play, where a friend of mine just did D6s, right? Not having enough DMs is an issue that plagued D&D for a long time. So, oh yeah, no, it's not just new school problems. And it wasn't that the gaming was bad. It was just, here's the difference. The gaming now, the book runs the game. So it takes a lot of passion away. So a lot of WotC games, the WotC editions turn off guys because if the book is king, it can really drag you out and bore you, right? If you go back to old school where you're completely in control, the thing is then only certain guys, wow, sorry about the loud thunder, only certain guys at that point can then step up and run the game with the skill to do so, right? So what happened was TSR figured out was they sort of do what WotC is doing early, but they do it with this tournament play with AD&D 1E. So what say WotC does for 5E now. 5E is players expect you to really mostly run it by the book. So the book is king. You're probably going to get pre-made adventures because that concept worked for AD&D 1E. They could take guys less talented and make it that they could run the game with a lot less talent. Right, here's your adventure. Run it by the book. Do that. You could do it like a machine. Oh, and that starts building up a roster of guys that can take that role. Now, why would guys want that role back in the day? Because guys with talent made the position respected. So if you're a really talented guy and all the players know talented guys are running the game, they respect the position of game master. But now when AD&D 1E comes out, all these guys that don't have the talent still want the respect. So imagine if you can take the role of DM, but now you're not going to be talented at all. But now the players will treat you like you're talented. That was a big issue for those guys. It was a false throne position, right? One of the first things I read online as a kid trying to research D&D was tabletop gaming hobby of ours is great because it's free. You can get hours of entertainment with just paper and a pencil. I think it might have been a quote from Book Dangerous Boys. Yeah, like my first game was my buddy John. He said, I got a D6. We'll do some role playing. And he takes all the factors that you would use in D&D, but he's just going to make the rules up as he goes. No hit points for the characters. We would roll our D6 against his D6 if we were fighting a guy, right? And the way he would just do it, like if I rolled a 6 and the guy rolled a 1, I could say whatever I was going to do. It was like really freehand. Like, I'm going to chop the guy's head off. Well, if I rolled like a 3 and he rolled a 2, I cut into his head. Well, he's a little injured. But there's no hit points. I don't even know the concept of this stuff. Like when I'm first trying, I didn't even know about hit points. I'm just playing. Like that's good enough for me. Oh, he's bleeding. He's hurt. Never even asked about hit points. Never even thought about it. If I rolled a 6 and he rolled a 1, I'd probably chop that guy's head off, right? And he wouldn't care what I'd say. He'd just let me do anything. And what you realize is just with a D6 and just making up some random rules as he goes creates the excitement. We played I would say a whole campaign with that game, because we played multiple sessions. I call it freeform, but it's almost like no rule, barely any rules. I I liked it so much for the next 2 decades as practice between me and some of the friends outside of Tunnels and Trolls. We would do freeform, no hit points, just this basic concept, and it worked. And you could just make it up. This is what Gary was worried about. Everything is made up. He drew up a little island for our first adventure, and he called it Death Valley, right? And Death Valley was this just long adventure of going up to a thing called the Arena of Death. He came up with, right, which is stuff, elements you could find other things, but Death Valley with the Arena of Death, and there was a castle there, and we went into the arena to fight. And it was a lot of fun. The whole thing was fun, but it was all made up, completely free. Like not a penny spent. It was a couple pieces of paper for us to write up names for our characters with some equipment. You say what your characters look like. Okay. And we were playing medieval fantasy, but I played a wizard named Darkness with 1 spell, Metamorphosis, and my buddy Jeff played a character named Vincent, a warrior. That was it. And the game was great. John was fucking very talented, very just interesting guy. And he put that whole thing together. We played it, not organized play at all. I'd have to say the first campaign is still better than some of the stuff I've ever experienced in organized play, with hit points and the whole thing. Much of the charts of fantasy races that used to be posted online everywhere that had stats but not actual rules. Play Civ RPG online. But I got to tell you, you got to trust. See, what worked out for us was me and my buddy Jeff just trusted my friend John because we'd never done anything like this before. He was just a good authority figure. Like he was just consistent. You never question what he was doing. And we were kids. The idea of questioning if he was messing up wasn't even a thing. We didn't even know what we were doing. We just started playing. And that's where I look at what Gary said to this day. Yeah, you didn't need him or Dungeons and Dragons to initially do what he was pitching you to do. Like the package itself, even though it is the package, it is being presented. It is right. You got to have the person running it the whole 9 yards. All these elements could be figured out without the material. Oh, he was completely right. All right, I'll read some things here. So Gary Gygax was one of the co-creators of Dungeons and Dragons and helped launch the tabletop role-playing game hobby in 1974. Through D&D and AD&D, he established many of the concepts that became standard across the industry, including classes, levels, experience points, monsters, dungeon exploration. Even games that moved away from his style were often responding to ideas he helped popularize. Now, Dave Arneson was also co-creator of Dungeons & Dragons and is often credited with introducing many of the role-playing concepts that separated RPGs from traditional war games. His Blackmore campaign focused on individual characters, persistent worlds, and player-driven adventures. Many historians consider Blackmore one of the key experiments that made role-playing possible in the way they were doing it. Mark Miller created Traveller, one of the most influential science fiction RPGs ever published. Traveller showed that role-playing games could succeed outside of a fantasy and introduce concepts such as life path character creation and open-ended sandbox campaigns. I would say he spelled it out. We were already doing it, but he spells out the sandbox campaigns, sort of the sandbox adventures. Decade later, Traveller remains one of the most respected science fiction RPG systems in the hobby. Greg Stafford helped expand the hobby beyond traditional dungeon fantasy through his creation of Gorantha and later Pendragon. His games emphasized mythology, culture, religion, and character development in ways that were unusual for the time. Stafford demonstrated that role-playing games could explore deep themes and complex worlds rather than focusing solely on combat and treasure. Sandy Peterson, someone you can actually run into on X, I believe, if you want to look the guy up, and he probably even respond to you if you go post something to him. Sandy Peterson is best known for creating Call of Cthulhu, one of the most successful horror RPGs ever made. Rather than portraying powerful heroes, players often took the roles of ordinary people confronting mysteries and cosmic horrors. His work helped establish investigation, atmosphere, and psychological tension as major forms of role playing. Steve Jackson is the creator of GURPS, one of the most, as I just covered, one of the most influential universal role playing systems ever designed. GURPS was built to handle virtually any genre, allowing groups to use the same core mechanics for fantasy, science fiction, horror, superheroes, and more. His work helped popularize the idea of flexible systems that could be adapted to many different settings. Not done yet. Mike Pondsmith. Mike Pondsmith became one of the defining voices of cyberpunk gaming through Cyberpunk and Cyberpunk 2020. His games explored future future is dominated by corporations, technologies, and social decline, while emphasizing style, attitude, and personal freedom. Cyberpunk remains one of the most recognizable science fiction RPGs ever created. If if you had been the CEO of TSR, the time after 6 or 7 books were published, what would be your next move? Oh, how could I put it? If forced into that role, because I don't know if I go after the way TSR went, but just say you put me in that role. Um, I definitely would have considered coming up more like I liked. Here's what I personally liked. I liked what World of Darkness did and what Traveler did in this way. So I would focus. Splat books came out later for building castles and that. I wouldn't do exactly that, but say instead of setting all these settings for you, I would want to keep bringing out books that I think are worthy of helping you create. So books that would help you make settings. I like GURPS for that reason. So establishing like GURPS was really good at that. I like and I like the way GURPS does this. Like in second edition, they do a splat book on the psionics handbook, for example. I would want to do something different. I would want to do like psionics as a separate game, but then you can use it. It's like they start with vampire, but then you get werewolf. Werewolf is its own game. I would be like, here's D&D this stuff, but here's D&D psionics. But you can then use psionics together with that book, right? I also like the idea of giving you books that would be like adventure ideas, extended material for things. So splat books that I think are valuable to you, not to mess with the core rules, but ones where I think I would have realized further skills or equipment and stuff like that would be really valuable to you, as people doing the thing. World creating books, like setting creating books, not just the settings, but stuff for you to make your own stuff, but really like handy ideas. And then make additional games that were actually aimed at being continue. Like it'd be like you get your AD&D 1E and you got your things. But what if I want to do psionics? Well, here's your AD&D 1E psionics, but game, but game. So you could go play a psionics, or you could take it into your already 1E. Would I do modules? No. I would keep looking at, as I make these books, cool expansions that aren't just cheap splat books. Go for it, Black Rose. But yeah, I would definitely do that. So I would do not splat books, but extending out material where it's like it's looking at what people find handy for creating stuff. I would keep pouring into making your own, but making that a bit easier. Would I have done the tournament play that they did? Personally, no. I think I would have dialed back a bit, but I would have said, like, let's see how far we can go. It's just a sort of do what World Darkness is doing it, but do it on a bigger scale, right? Like here's this Onyx game, here's this other game, and bring ideas like here's a setting or ideas for setting books to go with that because it worked really well for all these other products. They actually sold well. Like GURPS was really so well on this stuff. So would I just keep leaning on this stuff? No, I would have stuck to skill based playing because I think that would have still held up the hobby. People forget the hobby was actually held up by talented game mastering until you get to AD&D 1E tournament. The tournament play I felt took people towards a lot of action. And that's one area I would have eased up on too. I would have just said, okay, that's another thing I would have done in the past. Because I look at old games and I'm like, I just would have realized that most people playing D&D were playing more to action than. So would I want it just to be action? No, but would I want to make action a little bit more viable instead of completely just deadly and over quick? No. Would I want to do what WotC did, which was make the characters and the gameplay so extensive that you're too safe, so it extends the combat too long? No. I'd want to take 10-minute combat and maybe turn it into 20-minute combat. Like extend it out, give a few more hit points, give you a few more hits, slightly more survivable than the game was. Because people play to it as a game. Like as realistic as we want to be, I would have realized there's just a gamey aspect of what we're doing, right? So would have stuck to that. Like there's character skill versus player skill. Like one of the biggest differences often discussed is move from player skill towards character skill. Like old games, many players were expected to solve problems themselves if they were trap chest or whatever. Like I like the idea of players needing to be slightly skilled in the game, meaning you could have it where it's like the perception check. I don't like perception check. This is what I mean about player skill versus character skill. I'm not talking about skills. I like skills, but I want to put it on the player to have to think their way through things. So that's a big issue that's a big change to new gaming because a lot of new games have not the perception check, but these sort of bypassing principles of you roll this and the dice takes care of the thing for you. Right? So now you have to have a good character. So now building your character good to have stats so they can have the better roll for you to have the better perception check is a better way for you to succeed. That turns into character builds being important. When an old school game, I could give you a weaker character, but if you had a clever mind, you could overcome that no problem. You could have the weakest character on stats in the game, but you could outthink every other player around you. And your outthinking means your character could survive longer. You could have more success. You could do more damage. It'd be harder to hurt you if you are clever with how you think and move your character around and do things. So player skill is a big issue on that level, thinking your way through things. I don't think skills stop you from thinking your way through things. I think they actually just give you more knowledge to play with and ideas that you wouldn't have had otherwise to pitch. It makes the game more challenging for the game master when you have skills where you might not have thought to do that in that scene, but now you know, oh, hey, my character can do this. So then, but it's still on you to think it through. It's still on you. It's player skill for you to think your way through. That's my criticism with the perception check. And I had that talk with a 5e guy one night here, which is, I just don't like the perception check because, for example, if I have you going through a room or coming up on something, I don't need you to, every detailed step is not something you have to do. But if you go in the room looking around, before I'll give you, say, an intelligence check or something like that in the old school game, I want you to take the details and look around the room. I want you to interact with the other characters as you guys try to figure out where something might be. Is it under this? Is it behind the wall? Right? And I want you to have to talk it out with the other player characters. I want you to have to think. And then as you make certain steps and get towards something, then after you're actively thinking and trying it and putting that forward, I'll start considering a dice roll. But in a lot of the newer games, like the WotC games, it's you walk into the room, yeah, roll perception check. Okay, you see the stone is pushed out. I want you to say you have to, like, if you don't pay attention to the wall, you might not see the stone pushed out. So I want you to be able to miss stuff, but maybe catch it. But it is player skill versus character skill. If you have your character with good stats, your perception is going to be a good roll. That gets you through. So, and I like games where it doesn't spell out everything to you. Like I like the you needing to learn the game. So you play a WotC game like 5e, it's going to tell you where to stand, what to do, so your range character is safe from range. I want you to be someone who doesn't have to know combat, but the game doesn't tell you that your wizard should not be fighting the orc in close quarter combat. I hope your common sense pays off to you that you shouldn't be up there with the wizard with your staff trying to fight an orc while he has a sword in melee range. But I'm okay if you learn the hard way. That's why I did that video about the gelatinous cube and stuff like that. And people enjoy it. Like old school guys really understand what I mean by that. That's old school, where it's more on you getting experience and becoming better as a player from you learn. If you don't pay attention looking up, there might be a monster above you that comes down on you. But if you have things like perception checks, they cover your ass. So now you don't go through that experience where you learn. The perception check might save you. So I don't like that. And I don't, and because it becomes character based like that, that's where the whole character building thing, the Munchkin thing, really becomes a huge gimmick. Now, you see it in older school games, but you start realizing no matter how good of the character you made, if you play careless in old school, because you don't have all these perception checks, no matter how good your stats are, you can lose the character. So right away, players will even learn, well, I built my character with good stats. Oh, you're dead anyway. Because you realize good stats, you don't get a perception check, so it doesn't guarantee save you. Right? There's no guarantee save with the good stats. So the Munchkin character idea becomes less interesting. And once you realize you can play well with just your mind, well, then you can actually enjoy making up an interesting character. Into a gelatinous cube before. Yep, that Alex, you got it. That's exact. And I'm not saying that in a bad way. Like I would enjoy your character getting hurt or dying, but it's I hope you enjoy the experience of the craziness of going through that with a character. Even if you lost, it's like, oh wow, you had to fucking lose your character through that. Like, I think that's actually because it's a game too, right? It doesn't mean I don't want you to enjoy your character, and I don't just throw away character death like it's cheap. Because I understand character death. I'm not like an old school guy who thinks character death is nothing. Once you develop a character after a certain point, I want you to care because I understand that's an experience you're having. It's not just you're losing a character like a crybaby. It can be a little sad in a way of you're having a lot of fun because you've been playing that guy for a long time and you've developed who he is. And then when you lose him, I understand that I'm not just taking a character away from you, I'm taking an experience away from you. Because you like playing him because there's an experience and a feel and a mood that comes along with the character because you've gotten that character to a certain point. So I think giving a shit about your character is actually effectively better play. And AD&D and a lot of the old school games understood that. Once you developed a character, you would care more about staying at a campaign. So it was actually acknowledged, no matter what you hear from old school people. Making players think can be a bit of tough, making players looking for a woman. The guy who kidnapped her, they found neither, but it's how you go about, like, see, here's where D&D was really good saying. It's I don't need you to be clever thinking. You can be careless. But the point is, if I ran it right, your mistakes should teach you. And the idea is maybe you shit the bricks on that one, but the next time you're going to play, That's like Alex saying he ran to the gelatinous cube, but he learns right away. Okay, on next character, now I'm going to pay attention. I just because if I walk around the corner like that, I'm going to run into a fucking gelatinous cube, and now he's going to play. It's experience, and hence player skill starts improving because he's going to learn. He should not just walk into the thing around the corner. They have thought to scope out this one club. They went in but asked the wrong people the wrong questions. But it's a mix of improvising, letting them fuck around, letting them figure it out. Make players think can be a bit tough. It's not about making them think. It's not about making them think. Let them be careless, but there's consequences in the game. Here's what I do say to make sure people are moving. Just make sure there's pressure on them. So if you want to make sure in your freeform game that there at least pressure on getting things done, pressure means they're trying to get something actively done as quick as they can. Maybe they got to pay something off by the end of the week, or they got to pay something off by the end of the month. Pressures can be very helpful. Never shit the bricks. Best advice. Something pretty much. Pretty much. See, I think early D&D play where you're learning, that's where guys would say don't take character death too serious. But any AD&D 1E guy, if you ever hear them talk about this, and they've noticed it because their campaigns can flop and so many characters can die if you're playing it to action when you shouldn't be in the early levels, or players should be avoiding that. They should learn that through play. Once an AD&D, I've talked to many of these DMs, once you get so many months in, you've had a character survive, you will, without really trying, at one point you start developing the character after a long period of time. Every old school AD&D 1E DM has told me once a character is more developed, players show up more consistently to a campaign. And they admit that's when you're more immersed. They even use language like that. Most of the other games figured that out, but D&D really wasn't on that immersed side for a long time. AD&D 1E guys start figuring out later. When you get to second edition AD&D, what they realize is, people have heard me say this a bunch of times on here, they just get you to focus on developing the character quick. So what would take you maybe 8 months to a year with AD&D 1E could take you a month with second edition, or a few weeks. Because if you actually focus on who the character is, like really focus, you can get there fast. If it's just you played the game and you trip towards that cycle, it could take a long time because you're not focused on doing it, but it will just happen. The only difference is if you focus on it, happens quick. Now, it's not just second edition that proves that. Second edition didn't just get that from AD&D. There's other games out there where focusing on character development shows that you can do it within a month. And so once AD&D realizes the value and they're going to move that over, there's other games already doing it. She's taken by a company that pushes dolls. She's kidnapped, forced dolls. She's hidden upstairs and established because it's an illegal, unlicensed business. Here be my advice, Zay. You never let, you want players to search something or ask something, but here's my rule. Once it's like, I don't need them to find exactly something under the thing. My only demand is in the effort to start looking. So just say you haven't said the exact thing to find the key where it's hidden in the room, but you're really trying. You're looking, you're feeling around the room, you're moving the desk. Then I'll give you some type of intelligence check to see if, even though you haven't exactly said it, you'll figure something out. Oh, you look over here and notice this. To me, that's when I'll let you get to that point. But I want the effort first. Here's what I would say with your players. If you notice you're putting up things and they're not getting to the exact thing, as long as your players are making an effort, when they get close to the thing, consider, even if you don't freely give them a hint, of giving them a strong hint or even aiming them sort of at the thing with a role, but make sure they're working for it. That's my rule. Work for it. Sometimes when you work for it, you just get it. You figure out where the key is. Sometimes, man, you're working for it, but you don't get it. But the interaction between characters, all that stuff is taking place. The benefits of the experience is happening, and the effort is there. Sometimes they get it. Sometimes they'll get close to it. If they get close to it, start giving them dice rolls. Start giving them coin flips. Start giving them opportunities where you say, okay, here's where you're going to figure something out. And it might be like you can't tell a player what to think, but you can tell them like they have an instinctive thought. Like you look over here and something seems off to you. And you're going to lead them to information, right? But it's going to be information where, guess what? Your players just weren't looking there or weren't asking that exact guy that question. That can solve your issue, but your job is saying you don't need them looking for the exact details sometimes. Just the effort from your players is rewarded. It's like when they tell you a lot of other games, when players are trying to be creative and they're trying to come up with an idea, even if it seems a little off, some games, what do you want from your players? That's what I would say is like, if you want the effort, even if they're not perfect on it, reward the effort that they're making that you want, because that effort sometimes will get them to the prize. But reward it. Don't fuck them. And you didn't look at the exact same thing, so you leave the place and you never get to it. Because then you in a way you want to reward that thinking because you want them to continue to make that effort every time they're going at something in your game. So always think of it like a reward, and it does work. It is stimulation. Reward what you want. If players are coming up with creative ideas, just try your best to reward certain things, certain efforts, certain everything. If they get lazy, you don't reward that. If they're being lazy and half-assed, and that's the reason they're not finding anything, you don't reward that, right? Yeah, I mean, it's maybe they could run into someone who's going to tell them some things, like, you know what I mean, because they're not putting it together in their head. And yeah, that's it. You're just like, you're looking for the effort. If you notice, they're not figuring it out, but they are making the effort I want them to make. Well, as long as they get to a certain point where they're lost, it's like maybe then you have some guy like step up. Hey guys, come here. Let me give you a heads up. Here's what you got to do here. Right? You can't just come in here and do this. Blah blah blah. And he gives them a bit of a heads up, so now they can go, oh, okay, but you're still getting the effort. You're rewarding the effort, so the players will feel enthused to keep making the effort. That's the benefit to it too. It won't just make them lazy. It's stimulation. It will make them keep trying, and that's what you want, right? But sometimes they're going to get it right. Sometimes you're going to get them to the place and they're going to figure out, I got to go in there and I got to figure out how to fucking impress that guy. He's going to let me in. But for some people, if they just don't know what you're thinking, they can just get lost. That could be a little too out there. Like, I got to get that guy's respect to get in. And if it is something like that, a good hint, if it's that vague, a good hint before they get there, like, you probably want to earn your way in. Like, they could run to the guy before they're even getting there, but they still got to do the work to talk to the guy, to socially interact, to make the move, right? So either way, that would be the way I would treat it. Make people make an effort, but don't give them the perception in the room check going in, right? You just want to reward what is good. Some DMs just they get there and they're challenging their characters, and I've seen the like game masters of other games. I just see them where just players aren't figuring something out, and I'm like, and then later the players get, because they're frustrated and they're upset with the effort they're making not being paid off. So what do? They stop making the same effort, right? Yeah, you want to get them lean in the right direction, make them work for it. It's all work, but it's a mix of, hey, sometimes there's some things where if it's not your typical dungeon crawling shit, understand some of that can be ball breaking for some people. They just don't put it together. That they socially, especially if you have them in town, you're doing like say social campaigns, like say a campaign in the city. For a lot of people, their mind is dungeon figuring it out. They're playing the game in a different way than you think, and they're not thinking they're in a TV show. Which, in a way, that's sort of what you're doing at this point. There's more of a social TV show. You got to impress this character. You got to get in with him. You got to go in there. They would be thinking, "How do I deal with the trap of the dungeon?" You have players in that mindset, but you hear you having like social rules for them to follow. But I love a game that's going to put see a game like Bushido, for example, is a game where you can throw players in, but the social rules are going to be taught to you through consequence, right? So, but consequence in a proper way where you get to interact with it, not just that you miss something. Like what you just say to him? Oh no, you're a peasant. You're not supposed to speak to him at all. Like, hey, sir, can I get some help? If he says get out of his space and you give him ego back or attitude back, in Bushido, that could get you in court. Like, did you go talk to an official this way? Yeah, you can't talk to an official that way. You'll be kicked right out of the town. You can get yourself in trouble with guards. You don't talk to him that way. That's a rule. That's an actual rule. So you have players will learn stuff. I don't know. I've in that situation. I think I would just give. Here's I would have made the challenge different. I would actually let the players know they have to earn their way in through getting respect. But then what does that mean? Who do they have to talk to? How do they have to talk to that guy? Right? I would have made just them trying to get respect with that guy the challenging part. Not that they wouldn't know it. They maybe given the heads up, but I would have said, all right, to get this guy impressed, man, you got to do something. Maybe you got to go in and beat him at a game of cards. Or you can't be fidgety with your words when you talk to this guy. He could tell you to get out. So sometimes you can just aim them at it and just make the challenge a bit different where it's not so hard to find what they're looking for exactly. It could be more hard them achieving the thing, even if they know where they're going, right? Just saying. Idea. So that's one topic. Rulings versus rules. And that's old school. Rules are the the book. The book is king, right? That's what I mean about like WotC. A lot of the rules are the way they are. You get your rule lawyer, AD&D 1E. If you do the tournament play, that's rules over rulings. Because in tournament play, in raw tournament play, you do got to do rules, not really so much ruling. AD&D 1E, if you do ruling, that's the home game that you're doing that at, right? But if you go to OD&D or BECME or second edition, it's just commonplace right away that you're ruling over rules. Now, the only thing I would suggest there's nothing wrong with coming up with a unique way to deal with something. Like just say your players don't have skills or something. Like you could say, do a strength check trying to swim. Well, there's nothing in the game that says that's exactly how you have to do it, say, in the original D&D. But my advice, I think it's just common sense advice, everyone, you've probably heard already, is be consistent. So the second you say use strength check for swimming, that's it. It's strength check for swimming every other time going forward. So I like rulings because I do like the idea of sometimes the game pace and the game experience in old school is more important than getting the rules right all the time. So getting the rules right kills the flow of your session. Like, hold on, I got to get the rule right. Nope. That's when I do side with the concept of, all right, we're just going to do this. And after the game, you read like, oh, I could have. There is an actual rule for that. I forgot about it. We'll do it the next game. Fair enough. I'll take the note, right? But I'm just not going to concern about it if I know the pace of the game is important to just say, fuck it, roll this. And you roll it, and we can just keep going forward. And that's good for the experience you're having in the game, the pace. To me, that's when the rulings becomes effective, because pace in the game, if you're a skilled game master, you understand right away that if you slow down the game too much, that's why Roll Master gets a lot of criticism. And guys like Philo guy that comes here, Roll Master guy. Roll Master guy can be a very, very great game. But when you're first playing it, you got to get used to the rules, and you say you got to dig in for the chart master. Well, it can slow down the pace of the game. But right away, if you figure out to do a little bit of copy, take the charts out, put them in front of you, figure out what charts you need, get used to reading them really quickly and applying them fast. Roll Master or Chart Master it's actually a really fun game, but it only becomes fun under a good pace. But if you play Roll Master with a guy who's not doing it at a good pace, it can seem like a shitty game. It could be like two different experiences. If you play Roll Master while it's slow, that's boring. Play Roll Master with all the ideas why it's going faster for you, that's cool. Then all the ideas are cool, but ideas are only good under a certain experience and a feel. I love the combat Roll Master where you can get your leg cut off, or the fight could be over for you before you're even dead, because you could take very detailed damage. But if I do that combat and it's really extremely slow, it's boring. So then the ideas are no good. That's what happened with WotC too, with 5e especially. Uh, they don't have all bad ideas, but because of the way combat is structured, like the combat economy, it takes so long that it becomes boring. Average of intelligence and wisdom, but after looking in the area to see something, no passive perception. But my point is, it doesn't matter how you rule on it, as long as you're consistent, right? But yeah, Funding My Swimming is average of strength. And perception is average of intelligence and wisdom. Characters have actively looking in an area to see something. No passive perception, of course, because you want to make them look around. But I mean, I would imagine, Adam, its pace becomes important, and you want to, as long as they're working for something, if they don't just directly fight at one point, as long as they're not lazy and they make the effort looking, and they're doing this and they're working as a team and talking to each other and they're looking around, okay, now the opportunity of a dice roll, not a perception that way, but maybe an intelligence check to give them the hint or the really lean them in the area. You want to reward that gameplay. That's sort of the whole idea of giving them the opportunity. I learned that from just other games that would drill at you, that developing players that play your game is really important. And one of the ways you can make sure you're developing players is never to sit there and look at gameplay they're doing that you want. And you want it to be challenging, but you want as best you can do is reward it with something, like, even if the dice roll doesn't go their way and they still don't find it, I still want them to be felt rewarded, like they tried and got a dice roll. So there's a chance. So even if they don't find it, at least they know I'm willing to give them a chance. And so it's even without the success, there's still success mentally. It's like, okay, maybe we keep looking around, or they know the next time they're looking for something, they know, okay, at a certain point, even if we don't find it, the game master will give us an opportunity. But let's make the effort. And so it's rewarding certain gameplay. It's really so important. It's a deeply important thing. Little tiny thing, but it's like, if you don't reward the gameplay you want, if you make that like a punishment thing, it can turn on you, because then players will not keep trying the same thing if they don't see a potential, if nothing else, positive result, right? So the rules over rulings. I like ruling over rules. I like rules, but I don't like to be stuck to them. I like I like the DM as authority thing. I can adjust a rule if I need to on the fly. I could adjust a rule if I really needed to outside the game. If I felt something slowed the game down. Uh, challenge versus story. See, in the newer games, they had this idea in their head, even though I don't think the game actually leans into it the way they think is you're focusing on storytelling, but actually don't think you're really doing that. Like World of Darkness would say you're focusing on storytelling. I'm like, no, you're going to be challenged from what you're doing as story emerges. Uh, I still, as you guys know, there's only two games that I've covered so far on here that I feel is actual storytelling as far as the focus of it, which is Pendragon and Castle Falkenstein, because you intently are trying to tell a story and the game is built towards it when you start. Where World of Darkness, you're still just playing a character and you're in a challenging world, and a story will emerge from what you're doing, right? It's just like the sandbox gimmick with the adventure emerging from what you're doing. The story emerges like just over the things you're doing. You're facing the challenges. You're trying to find the thing. There's interesting dialogue, random things happening, and you can tell a story from that, all that stuff happening. But do you intentionally go in trying to tell a story? No. You go in just making a game. They go interact here. That's all the way you're not thinking storytelling, you're thinking game. The guys are here, you talk to here, you try to get this. It's all about facing the challenges of the game as story emerges. Uh, but somehow in newer games, in their minds, they look at it like they're trying to storytell and then they try to do things. I think it doesn't work that well for the game. Uh, Pendragon is an exception because the entire game and the mechanics and the seasons and all that is aimed at actually purposely, forcefully trying to tell a story from the start of the actual game. So that that's one of the rare cases where I'd say that's a story game. Or Castle Falkenstein is so focused on role play because your intent is to recreate a story with the role play, that since your intent is to actually do storytelling right from the get-go, I would call it storytelling. Though when you get to World of Darkness, because they have a storyteller as the game master, they try to separate the what they were from D&D. I'd still say that's a flawed title for the guy who runs the game. Because initially, they're really not doing anything different than anybody else running the game or playing the game. They're going to play an interesting thing. There's all these elements that can help with the story that emerges, right? But that's still just a story emerging from play. You're still just going to play the vampire to be challenged in the world to get around the challenges. And even the elements of role play that you're doing is still towards a game and challenges playing the characters. Oh, challenge. And then a story emerges. When you get to the newer games, you get these concepts that make no sense to me, where story is so important that you avoid character death or you have a certain rule of cool. And I'm like, but really, that's a bullshit approach when you think about it, because most of even the newer games are you play and the story emerges. So it's okay to have character death. And you're actually not trying to tell a story. And so when you say, I'm a storyteller and these we're collaborating on a story. No, you're collaborating on a game. And from the game, a story emerges. It's the way I've said this 1,000 times. If I go for a walk, a story emerges from the walk. Do I go for the walk with the intention of telling a story? No, I went for alternative reasons. When you're going to play the game, you're going to play the game, right? The game master's going to run the game. And then from what you're doing, a story comes. Hence, that's why they always use the term story emerges. The story is, there's elements in there to help the story emerge. There's no doubt. There's elements in there, purposely put in there to make the story emerge in a certain way. So that's true. But intentionally telling a story, not exactly, not from the get-go. Right. So the very few games I actually think do that properly or do that in a way that's boom. And And no, not every game needs character death. It just depends on what you're getting out, trying to get out of it. It's just not an excuse to get rid of it. Like, we're telling a story. No, you're not. 5e, we're storytellers. You're playing a game. It's challenging. You hopefully a good story emerges from what you're doing. And you can try to play it like you're trying to tell a story, but 5e doesn't have, the system does not actually support that. What happens is, I think a lot of people, the way they talk about it is to get rid of character death, and there's other stupid reasons. But one of the things, I think a lot of people see Matt Mercer storytelling for the sake of an audience. Now, that is storytelling, but the game he's running usually doesn't actually lean into the storytelling. He's purposely trying to tell a story because he's trying to tell that for an audience. So I get it. They're purposely designing a story, or is designing a story in that way. Or realistically, what are his players still doing? They still have to be challenged by their social interaction. Right? It's the onlookers getting the story, but the person playing the game is still playing the game. Just saying. So that's that piece. Fragile characters versus competent characters. When you think of old to new, and even competent characters in old games were still fragile. They'd be competent skill wise. I like I said earlier, I like the idea of having a little bit more meat on the bone for the characters, but I do like that regard, like just a little bit more. I still like the idea of the characters being fragile because that is meant to be part of the challenge. That you don't just carelessly jump at a fight because you could get shot down and die right away. And so combat's not the big centerpiece of the game. Remember, you're doing the role play, you're doing all these other aspects when you play the game. So how do we make sure the game doesn't turn into a board game combat game where combat's there as part of it, but the social interaction is important. All the other elements are equally important in their own way. You make it where it's more, you don't got to be extreme. You could be a little bit gamey, but it's still, there's a good chance you can die easily. And that fragile part is a part that makes you be careful about combat. You don't just run into it carelessly. Or if you do, you have to be very thoughtful, take down a leader, watch how you fight. And there's tricks to this. And that's all about challenging you in a mind game where you got to think your way through. I hate turning it into the perception check, the board game, where it's your character's no longer fragile. Your character kicks ass. He's taking out the goblins. Well, then go play your MMO. That's, to me, that's what that, when you get too far with it, it can feel like people say, old D&D guys will say, that's, you're playing superheroes. I'm like, not really. You're just playing. You're playing like a video game now. Like it becomes too gamey. I don't call it superheroes. I call it too gamey. Right? Don't get it wrong. I think gamey is okay. I think what we do is meant to be slightly gamey. So I look at old school and go, I don't mind if you have a few more hit points. I don't mind that part. I really don't. That part doesn't bother me. But do you need all these extra saves from death? Do you need all these other gimmicks that are very protective of your character? No. I think a little bit more meat on the bone means you take 2 hits before you're gone, or 3 hits before you're gone. But the hits can still be done on you easily, right? And depending if there's like a critical hit or something like that, you could be toasted in one shot still, right? Even with a bit more meat on the bone. So I didn't mind the idea of a bit more meat than D&D has ever offered, right? But I never looked at that as superhero characters. It's being okay with leaning a little bit into the gaming. When you get up to WotC, for example, I call that too video gaming. Not superheroes, but too gaming, right? But I sort of get it too. A lot of people, if you make it, a lot of people want action. My balance would be a little bit more action, not as much as they do now, but a little bit more action and enough meat on the bone to justify giving you slightly more action, but still going, hey, if we get to a part where there's role play, I still want you to feel like there's still pressure to do these other things and not just on combat going through a dungeon or a meat grind. So there's a bit of balance there where, and I can see WotC games where it's a good portion of what you're doing is combat, but then it becomes even worse with all the protective layers and the way they do these things. The combat can become very long. So me making it that you can take an extra hit or two doesn't turn a 20-minute combat into an hour and a half. Turns a 20-minute combat maybe into 30 minutes. To me, I'm okay with that extension. I just don't like where you're adding a bunch onto the combat, then you're an hour and a half in to what would be a 20-minute combat in old school D&D. And WotC from 3rd edition, 4th, and 5th all had those issues because there's so many layers that, and they don't get it. Minor things that can seem really great become longer. They just start extending. Too many protections, too many delays, too many of this. Next thing you know, instead of adding 10 minutes onto a 20-minute fight from old school D&D, you're at an hour going on to an hour and a half. That makes the combat. I mean, I don't mind like there can be combat in old school that can be an hour. I'm not saying there isn't, but that's when you face the big boss, the dragon, the whatever. That's when you're higher level. That's when you've gotten to a point in the game where the extension of combat makes sense in a way that's okay. Like, but most of your combat before that is 20 minutes. In 3rd edition, 4th edition, or 5th edition, the goblin fight can be an hour and a half. Like, what the fuck? What, a group of goblins, we've been here for an hour and a half? Yeah, like in real life. That's too much. I don't mind if you're fighting the dragon for an hour or something, but if you're fighting fucking goblins for an hour and a half, like, just give it up, dude. That's why I got sick of 5e right away. And I'd ask players every time I'd see players before I ever ran it. I'd see players at a certain club. They'd be doing the 5e. I'd be like, okay, dude, what's going on with your combat? Like, talk, because DMs would know. I'd be cool. I'd be talking to their players while they're starting their combat. Like, yeah, I did a couple good moves, but probably going to be here for like another hour on this one. Like, they'd be bored. They'd even admit to me, like, yeah, we'll be here for a bit. Like, they would hit boredom all the time. Even the guys who liked the game overall. Like, they like some of their moves. They like 5e, but they'd be like... And you would notice every other player, even the people that praised the game, had the same, like, let-down experience. They'd be like, yeah, it's going to be a bit... They would know right away when the fight starts, like, yeah, we're going to be here for an hour. Like, they would just know. They would know from doing the fights all the time. I'd be like, that would kill me. And it would be boring for them. No wonder they start having more fun with some of the role play to a degree once they get outside of the dungeon, because in 5e or even 3e, you get more combat. You just do, because the characters can handle more combat. So what happens? Because they leaned into combat a lot, they start getting a lot. Mm-hmm. Oh, that's exactly it, Adam. That's a million and 10% correct. You can try to speed that up, but you're the principle of what you're saying is you're still adding seconds. And it doesn't seem like much until you're going round after round and you're adding like your extra seconds, his extra seconds, her extra seconds. It might have 5 players. What about the DM needing to roll? I would work trying to get my players to roll quick, do things like that, but you still can't go overcome adding time on. And you want to make it, that's why I like old school combat, because it's quicker. There's less of these add-ons. With WotC and many other games, there's a lot of add-ons that can kill combat. What you can sort of try to overcome some of it by getting players to roll fast. And this is why DMs, especially because they know pace in combat's very important. When you get to a player, it's like, all right, your turn, what are you doing? The reason players can get heat from a game master, or you'll hear the complaints about it, is because the game master understands that when you're slow, like, oh, I don't know, you have just killed the pace and the excitement for the game master and the other players starts dying down because of one player. Like you handcuff the entire session on the game master and the other players. You've had 15 minutes, it comes around to you, it gets to you, and you're not sure. In a major way, without you realizing it, it will be innocent to the player, but they don't know. They just cripple, and that pace can slow down and not pick right back up right away. And the excitement picked up by the pace can die down. Even if you get a pace going back, it doesn't get back to where it was. Right? Like if it's hot for a moment and you get a player that slows down, I don't know what they don't know if they just fucking cripple you. That's why old school DMs would usually give you an amount of time to respond. Like you've had 15 minutes. When I get to you, you get your 20 or 30 seconds. Just start talking. It doesn't mean that's it. You got to say everything at once, but you got to start having your plan in motions, because if the plan's in motion, fine, pace can sort of stay, right? But if you're like, I'm not sure, and you're like fucking 15, 20 seconds in, a lot of old school DMs will be like, okay, your guys just stand there breathing. Okay, you're missing your turn. Next, you. And why would they do that to you? It's not out of hating you. It really is understanding that they can't give you complete control over, like, you're not the game master. You have no say over the management of the game at the pace. So the second a game master lets you linger on without knowing, they have given you, the player, authority over the pace and the management of the session. So most game masters, if you know it's your responsibility to keep the pace, and it is, not the players, you'll be blamed for the pace. The player taking their time will not be blamed for what is happening. Right? And people won't even put it together. It's just that feel goes away. So the game master will understand, I'm responsible. I'll get blamed if I let it linger on you. So a good game master would give you so much time and then split on you. Okay, your character stand there. Sorry, yeah, no. He's not doing anything this time. Your turn. Because I understand they have to maintain control of the pace for the fun of the game. And why was the pace so important? Pace would be so important. We go back to that rulings over rules. Why? Why was that so important? Because a skilled game master knows it's about you having a good time, and pace is very important. So if I have to look up the rule and that kills time, that kills pace. So like the feel of the go forward part of the game, right? So the idea is, what would you do to make sure the more valuable part was done? You'd rule instead of going after a rule. That's why people would say, a lot of people would complain about chart master or roll master, because a lot of times you get stuck in the book and it kills pace. And pace is very important. Game designers understood that back in the old school. They understood pace is extremely important. With a game like 5e, it's a very mediocre experience. But the problem is, most people are so used to it in 5e that I could tell they have no idea how important that is. And when you bring a 5e person who's been stuck in 5e forever into a game where pace picks up, they're shocked because they don't know how good it is. They're just like, wow, this is going quick. Oh, wow. Because they become used to the mediocrity of their gaming style. They think it's advanced. So I'm like, no, because just because there's a lot of writing in your book doesn't mean your book's advanced. In most cases, when you look at 5e, the reason it's really thick is because it handholds you. It tells you where you stand with your archer. It tells you where you stand with your wizard, so you're not just in melee range. It talks to you like you're too stupid to figure it out. That's my opinion. 3e does the same thing. A lot of the 3rd edition material is teaching you the game in a way like you're too stupid through experience to figure it out on your own over time. It's to get you there faster. So that's the way it came across to me. Like it treats players like they're dumb. So the player will think there's all this because it's an advanced game. I'm like, no, there's all this because, well, there's less in the other game because the other game just assumes you'll learn if you do play stupid. For the most part, it doesn't assume you're stupid. It doesn't feel like it needs to tell you. Like I met a lot of players that their common sense would have them stand back with their wizard from an orc instead of getting into melee. You wouldn't have to explain that in the book to them, right? They knew. But you get these odd players that would have a sort of dumb experience, but you learn. You'll learn that it's a dumb move. Because, hey, you ran in, tried to fight an orc with a sword, with a staff, with your wizard, and he has like 4 hit points. Likely you're not coming out of that. Like, you're going to be making a new character. Good chance you're going to be making a new character. So the idea is you learn right away. Okay, can't be running up with my wizard with no armor and a staff to fight an orc with armor and a sword. There you go, dude. Glad you figured it out. And you didn't need the book to tell you this shit. Right? So that becomes really important too. That's player skill, right? That's the whole running into the gelatinous cube because you ran around the corner without paying attention. Making sure you state, and where you don't get a perception check, it's all on your mind, old school. You got to say you're looking up at the ceiling. Like, I take a look at the ceiling, I look over here, I pay attention coming down the hall, and that's going to give you your intelligence check. That's the effort I want. And I'm going to reward that way of thinking, right? And I want you to think that way going forward. And why is thinking so important? Here's what a lot of 5e DMs don't realize, and they have it happen to them constantly. They'll get a group of players to a part where it's really hard in the adventure or the dungeon or whatever. And it's so consistent to watch 5e groups fall apart when they're mentally seriously harshly challenged. And you'd be like, well, why is that really consistent with 5e groups? Well, the truth is, if you spend most of the session not thinking your way through something, so your mind's turned off, perception checks, you don't think, you roll dice. By the time I get you to a part where you got to think, you're numb. You're completely numb. You have not been using your mind. You have not been pushed to use your mind. You've bypassed everything with dice rolls and options. And you think that's thinking, but that's really not thinking. That's just you using the options of the game. When you finally get to the more challenging parts of 5e, it's gonna come back to you thinking. What happens to most 5e groups? They get there and they fall apart. Like, and that happens all the time with 5e groups, 3e groups, 4e, even the 4e guys. It happens to them too. And the reason is because through the session, they're not thinking. What's really healthy with an old school group is if I have you thinking through the rooms, through walking through the dungeon, if I have you thinking, talking to the other characters, so you're also character development, but you're also getting used to teamwork, all that thinking, all that motor moving the mind forward, by the time I get you to the hard part, you're used to talking to the other characters. You're used to thinking your way through shit. Right? So now you've developed the tool of thinking, you've been thinking through the session. You're mentally ready for the harder challenge coming up. You're someone who's already figured out how to use tricks against taking leaders down and watching how you fight in a dungeon. So you come with a way of thinking that is going to benefit you at that spot. Where if I put you in a 5e game, most groups, even experienced groups, it's not that they're stupid. They're just minds have been turned off. They perception check and everything else. And by the time they get there, they're dead in the water. They're not ready to think. And the more you roll dice rather than talking character most of the time, the less teamwork you're doing too. So there's a lot of aspects where, in a way, you're a group, you should be all thinking as one mind. That's how you can overcome puzzles, traps, even social situations. Like, all parts of the game should be something where you see yourself as a team forming together for a mind. Because if you can't think of it, but you have a bit you can think of, maybe this guy has the bit that you haven't thought of. And by being able to talk out loud, work as team, interact, and socialize, you guys can come up with the idea where you start the thing, he has the other answer, he has a thing, maybe there's a twist you guys need on your idea overall, and that's a teamwork bang you're in. That's part of the mind game. But it is weird to see 3E, 5E, and 4E always have sort of boss fights or main areas where it goes from perception check game playing to mind game, but suddenly it's only in these areas of the game. Like, what are you trying to do here? This is no wonder you're fucking your players all the time because you're keeping their minds shut off with perception checks. And I'm not trying to attack WotC people or anybody who plays games like that. That's just true. Any game out there that does something similar, that happens, right? And you can even treat old school D&D. I've seen some DMs old school D&D start treating things for its intelligence checks instead of like I see way before perception check was a thing. I'd seen and like one of those raw module AD&D 1E DMs where it'd be like, all right, roll intelligence check. Like, we just came in the room? Yeah. And they treat it like a perception check. If you fail, you don't find the thing. If you pass, you get it. Dude, can't I just look around? So concepts like this were already sort of being pushed before you get to perception check and watch it. Just saying. Just saying. Resource management, that's another thing from old school that I really, really do like. I don't like it to be super tedious, but I do like it. I do like it that in the new school games, a lot of games actually that are new school, resource management is so meaningless. Like, a lot of times you just have exactly what you need. Or I like the idea that you're constantly maybe running out of shit. You need to find other food. You get caught out. Like, I like that. Not to make the whole game that, but just to have that element where it's important that it has to matter, and every so often you have to care about it. There is something really, really, to me, good about resource management. I like it. I like that part of the game. I do not like a game that makes that too easy. Like, I don't mind you getting some equipment at the start of the game. I think that's all right in any game, to be honest. But it's what other things do you need, right? And I don't mind a game that has some things that make things easier. Like I don't mind people coming up with tricks where, okay, that resource isn't such a big issue anymore because of the way you've done it. Fair enough, but that means that's one thing out of many things you've taken care of. Like, I like this. I like being able to have like get the create light spell, make a magic item like a coin, a gold, like some type of coin into like a where it projects the light off it from your create light spell, and you could make something like that pretty easy even in D&D. And then you put that coin in a map case or something like that, like put the cover on. But at any point, you could just take it off like a flashlight, aim it, and you got light. And you could walk around without a torch, without a lantern, without worrying about light disappearing on you. Right. So, like tricks like that, I don't mind, but that's one resource in the game. Or fair enough, you've had to make a sacrifice. There's another spell you can't have because you have that one. Okay, fair enough. But again, that's creativity. That's players coming up with creative ideas that I want to reward when they're being creative. So in that way, I don't mind certain elements. Or if you made it easier getting yourself food, but it's like I want you to be in the game, making it easier on your character for food. Not that just that the game just hands you all this over, right? And then what if you only have so many darts or so many of this or somebody of that? I like resource. I like resource handling. I hate games that just hand wave it. Don't get it wrong. I'm not too. I use common sense on weight. Weight's a thing in the game for me, but it's more common sense. I like. I do not like advanced complexity in this way. I like advancement simple. I don't like feats. Not a big fan of feats. Um, I'm not totally against them, but like the concept of free feats, I find they break the game. I never liked them with splat books. I don't like having a bunch of all these different little gimmicks and you advance them every time, and there's archetypes that you could pick later and stuff like that. Like, I like simplistic advancement with every so often you get some cool, nifty stuff as you earn it. But the idea, even the basic advancement, just improves you in areas of the game where it's meant to. It's like basically improving your health over so many levels so you can now handle combat a bit more. Uh, Giving you a few extra options, but very few where the game is still making you think through the game. And so the advancement just gives you options like, okay, now you can handle a bit more combat, but what does that mean? Right? And hopefully over time, you're still learning how to play well. So it's like now you can take more of a chance. One of my players is constantly having to buy rockets for his RPG, and I only allow him to hold 3 of them at a time. He's a big guy, but it's rockets and he's carrying other stuff. Yeah, I love that type of stuff. That's resource, that's limitation, that's it's making people have to be careful because he only has 3 shots with it. So he has to find a gun shop that might not even have any rock. Well, that's the thing. What it's one thing for him to have 3 on the adventure, but what if he uses all 3 and now he can't find more? But that becomes interesting because now he has to try to find more. He has to look for the gimmick, and he has to be careful with what he has. So the value of the items become important to him too. They're not just throwaway rockets. Like, hey, dude, if you use it, it got to be to save our asses for real. It can't just be like, we can get through the door, but you can knock it down easier with a rocket. No, we're going to have to get through the door without the rocket. Right? Because the rocket it becomes more valuable because of this resource focus. It's really important. Really, really important. Like game balance. Game balance became a much larger concern after 1999. Many older games were comfortable with unequal encounters, uneven classes, situations where retreat was the correct choice. Modern design tends to spend more effort on encounter balance, character parity, and ensuring players have meaningful contributions through play. That's almost a guarantee without spotlighting. See, spotlighting can take care of this type of stuff, but everybody can be effective. But as far as making sure that it forces a game pattern where the characters are all equal without you needing to perform as a game master, spotlights, do stuff like that. I've never liked that. Like I like the idea of the you got to run away from battles. The world isn't just putting encounters in front of you that you should fight. Right? I like the doesn't mean that there's not some aim of there's some encounters you could probably handle, right? But the main concern of the entire thing isn't balance or the balance between characters. It's not there because it doesn't need to be. Like it's okay that thief advance maybe faster in levels than you, but the thief has a whole different line of spotlighting than you do. So a good game master, no matter how you advance in certain ways, if there is balance to be had, it's not through the characters themselves, but it's through how you spotlight what the characters can do, like how effective they can be in each scene. Now, in some scenes, it might be that the thief is going to be better at certain gimmicks than most of you, but at the same time, I still put a little heat on game masters to always remember the odd scenes you can let some people hold back, but do as best as you can considering the spotlight effect. Like, okay, even if they're going to focus on getting through the door, there's maybe the fight on the other side, or something physical needs to be lifted up, or a spell could be cast. Like, there's all kinds of little things that could be happening where the usefulness of even the weaker character or whatever becomes important. Spotlighting takes care of that to me. Spotlighting can give you a balance in a game where the characters might not feel balanced. That's again that Superman Batman gimmick I told you from DC Heroes, right? How do you balance a super powerful godlike character with Superman with playing with, say, Batman? My example always here is just say there's the bomb in the building. Now Superman could just blow into the building, get the bomb, take it up, boom. But the thing is, what Superman doesn't exactly know is if he grabs the bomb, the way it's set up, it's going to explode. And people are around the bomb, and so he can't exactly move fast enough that he could save everyone. But this is where Batman becomes important to the balance, right? The spotlight is Batman is better at investigating. So he goes into the building, and his job is to find out why it's dangerous and how he can make it safer. Now, once he figures out through investigation what to do, he informs Superman. Now, Superman knows what to do. They're going to work together as Batman shuts something down. Superman flies in, grabs the bomb at a certain time, flies it up, bang, everyone lives. But that spotlighting, you're making Batman a very effective character to that situation. Without him, people die. So now Batman's role, even though you're playing Batman with a super godlike character, through spotlighting, he's effective. Spotlighting, that concept of spotlighting can be carried over to D&D, where you're just trying to find scenes where it's like, well, how can I make the fighter important here? How can I make the wizard important here, right? Shit like this. It's like one thing for the thief to find the trap. What if he discovers through finding it that's not your normal trap? It might have some type of related magical information on it. And it's now you need the wizard there. And what if you need strength from the warrior? Like you need him to cut something down. If this little spell thing is broken, something will fly out. It needs to be cut down. If not, it's going to hurt them all. All right, so now there's meaningful reasons why these other characters are around, because the thief tried that himself. He wouldn't be able to take down that trap. All right, so it's spotlighting in that way, making everybody have a reason to exist in the scene, and not everybody has to be the same level. The thief can potentially be higher levels than the other characters, but regardless, the thief only does a certain thing. Like Batman's not super strong; he only does a certain thing. Superman isn't, say, the best investigator. He's going to be the guy flying in and grabbing shit, and boom. So spotlighting becomes very important. It's a good thing. Pressures and spotlighting are good. See, I like old school as far as making something real, where you're asking sort of the game is, what would happen if a player has their character interact with that, instead of let me try to forcefully give you a feel that is going to come at you. I don't think that works so well. There's a little bit of a fake. I like the idea that I make things realistic around you and then you interact with them. And then in that way, you should feel what you're doing. It's like the reason I like speedy combat, as you guys know, and I've said this before, speedy combat, paced combat. It's about the feel of combat. The faster it feels, because you're getting through the dice rolls faster, that feel is exciting. It feels good to be playing that combat, right? Players might not understand how, especially players, I've seen players in games for decades where they're just used to a slower DM and they think that's what the game is. They actually think this experience they're having is what the game is. You take them into a game where the game then speeds up through a pacing, and they don't realize just how valuable that is for their own experience. It's like exciting as hell. And we're 3 hours in, we're at 8 o'clock, at least here for another hour or so. But that's good. And I'll read off a bit more of that designer stuff. So Mike Pondsmith, I did that. Mark Rain Hagen. Mark Rain Hagen changed direction of the hobby with Vampire the Masquerade. Instead of focusing primarily on combat and treasure, Vampire emphasized personal drama, morality, politics, character relationships, character development overall. The success of Vampire helped bring narrative-focused gaming into mainstream throughout the 90s. I would just say the idea is the story that emerges is enhanced by the focus on the character development. But is character development in itself storytelling in that way? It's an element of storytelling that definitely enhances it, and that's part of what we do. And that's where second edition picks up on this idea, like from World of Darkness, of focus on the character. Because in AD&D 1E, most games would realize if you played a character long enough, even if you were trying, you would develop a character, and they would call that, now they would call it, you're immersed. That's immersion to them now that you've developed your character. Second edition did it quite quickly, because if you learn from World of Darkness, you could develop a character in a few weeks instead of a year. And so it wasn't hard to get in second edition, get players to focus on that part of the aspect of the playing their character, and you develop it faster. It's more fun. But overall, it's still a story emerging, I would still say. Robin D. Laws. Robin D. Laws became one of the leading advocates for narrative and story focused game design through games like Feng Shui. There's some truth to the Feng Shui, and Hero Quest, a very popular game. He explored ways to support cinematic action like James Bond, character driven stories like the Chase and James Bond, character driven stories, and a different style of play. His influence can be seen throughout modern RPG systems. Shane Hazley, and this I'm covering this game very soon, created Deadlands and later Savage Worlds, which I've covered in members only already. Two games known for combining fast-paced action and streamlined mechanics. Savage Worlds, in particular, became one of the most popular generic RPG systems of the modern era. Hensley helped bridge traditional role-playing design with faster and more accessible gameplay, especially in action, which he picks up on. He realizes the importance of action, but he makes his action quick. It's guys can handle a bit more, but it's quicker. That's the important element. That's where he gets it better than say 5e, D&D, 3e, 4e. It's they put more meat on the bone, but it takes longer. That kills pace. Savage World gives you a bit more being able to handle shit, but it's boom. Now this guy, some people might not have heard of, but I have covered the game. So if you know about the game, you're gonna know. Ken St. Andrew created Tunnels and Trolls, a game I personally like. One of the earliest alternatives to Dungeons and Dragons, designed in response to what he viewed as the complexity of early D&D. Even though a lot of us would think it's really easy, you got to go to the mindset of him. There's no other games to compare it to. He looks at D&D and says, that's too complex. Tunnels and Trolls emphasized simpler rules, faster play being important. He got that right. And a more light-hearted tone, a little bit more funny. It became one of the first successful non-D&D role-playing games and helped prove that the hobby could support multiple design philosophies. He sort of helps TSR. It really does. If you actually look back at the research, they actually believed then they could make more games. Beyond Tunnels and Trolls, St. Andrew worked on games such as Mercenaries, Spies and Private Eyes, and Monsters. Through his career, he remained a strong advocate for accessible game design and independent creativity within the hobby. Not done yet. Steve Perrin is best known as principal designer of Ruin Quest, one of the most influential fantasy RPGs ever created. Ruin Quest broke away from class and level progression, instead used skill-based systems rewarded characters for improving abilities they actually use. So I like that gimmick. I like that even if you had a bunch of skills, you just didn't get points and you raise skills up. You raise up what you actually use in the session, like in the game. So if you want to improve a skill, you have to use it in the game. I carried that over to my Neo TTRPG system. That's a way you can actually develop your skills in the game, is by actually using them. So when you use skills in my game, it improves them, right? Many later RPGs would adopt similar approaches, like me. Perrin also contributed to several other Chaosium games, including Call of Cthulhu and Stormbringer. His work helped establish many of the mechanics associated with basic role-playing family of games, making him one of the most important system designers of the early hobby. Now, here's a guy you guys are going to know. James Ward, one of TSR's most prolific designers, and is best known for creating Metamorphosis Alpha, which I'm covering very soon, and Gamma World. Both games helped establish post-apocalyptic science fantasy as a major RPG genre, offering players adventures in strange worlds filled with mutants, ancient technology, and bizarre creatures. Call of Cthulhu is good. It's very old. Elder Scrolls, what made Daggerfall fun for me. Definitely. Ward also contributed to numerous D&D products and supplements throughout his career. His willingness to blend fantasy, science fiction, and experimentation helped expand the range of settings and themes explored by role-playing games during the industry's formative years. Now, here's a guy you guys are going to know for sure. And you guys know I like Heroes Unlimited. Kevin Sabita. Kevin Sabita founded Palladium Books and created the Palladium Fantasy role-playing game and Rifts. While many RPG publishers came and went during the 1980s and 90s, Palladium developed a devoted fan base through a distinctive host system and ambitious settings. Apologize for the absence. Had to take a conversation there, and I'm back, albeit a... That's not a problem there, Black Rose. Totally get it. Cosmic Horror and Elder Scrolls Shades of Slay is great. I hear that. Rifts became especially famous for combining fantasy, science fiction, horror, superheroes, magic, and post-apocalyptic themes into a single setting. Sabita's work demonstrated that RPG worlds could be unapologetically large, wild, and genre blending while maintaining a dedicated audience. I would say that's true. Video about how Elder Scrolls goes beyond fantasy into a lot of people like Elder Scrolls. I don't mind it. The Elder Scrolls Online, I've tried that recently. I'll save those names for later. I got a few more. I won't do them all at once. Kevin Sabita was good. But there, Kevin Sabita. Palladium, good. Rifts, good. Everything good. I like that stuff. Oh, meat on the bones. Oh, meat on the bones. Let me just go over this quickly. Just worth it because I cover old school tabletop role playing games. And I want people to know who the old designers were. I sometimes feel like I don't say enough about them specifically, so I wanted to do a little bit of a write up for each. A certain amount of guys I decided to pick out of games that I cover and talk about them because to me there's a little bit more value in just knowing a bit about who they are. And I cover the game so much that I give you a sort of a really lean in. Sometimes I say names where some people know who they are, some people don't, right? Most. I tried Daggerfall Unity. Subs of the game, breaking bugs, got a lot of fantastic mods. I'm up and down on Elder Scrolls. I got the games. I got the online one. The online was interesting because I played that most ironically because I haven't played the way you guys probably played. I didn't put hours into Elder Scrolls. I just didn't have time. But my ex got me into the online one. She's like, we got to play a game together. I'm like, all right, which one? She's like, she wanted to play Elder Scrolls Online, so I was like, all right, that's what we're doing. It's not bad for a lot of games out there that are online MMO type of things. That doesn't work too bad. It doesn't work too bad. It's not too bad. It's not Elder Scrolls that you know for the single player thing, but it's okay. I was an Oblivion kid. I got that. That made me remember a lot of the gods and myth way back when I was into it. I'm not super into Elder Scrolls, but their gods and myths are very interesting. I hear that. Well, here's an interesting name. David Zeb Cook. David Zeb Cook played a major role in shaping Dungeons and Dragons during the 80s and 90s. He was a lead designer on Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Second Edition, a version of the game that introduced millions of players to the hobby and defined D&D throughout much of the decade. Again, it's the TSR edition that lasted longest as far as active play. Cool also worked on Oriental Adventures, Planescape, Top Secret, Marvel Superheroes, which I will cover at one point. His career reflects the growing diversity of RPG genres and settings during a period when the hobby was rapidly expanding beyond the original fantasy roots. Sky Oblivion. I got the not Sky Oblivion, but I know what you're talking about. I know the Oblivion remake was cool. You know what? I'll never get the newer game because I'll never have time to play. There's a reason I like games like, especially still that I'll still every so often put on if I get the time. Um, the Rust and DayZ because I never feel like I have to commit that much time to play them. Like Rust is a great game where you can start on the beach with a rock, and if you make a few right moves, you get a gun, you're shooting somebody. DayZ, I mean, the same thing. I mean, as long as you're, I mean, it could be like a night run, like you go run up and get the things and you want to compete and do some shootouts. And then you can set yourself up where you might play the next day. I don't mind some of those games, but as far as that, blah, blah. Did you guys get to check out? Anybody get to check out the Star Trek? I remember I drove that Black Rose. I think I did this tribute. If you go to the last stream I put up, uh, you'll notice I posted a video for a tribute to Jean-Luc Picard, and it was comparing the Picard show. And even in the tribute, it has some of the things we talked about, which I think is really good. If you guys like the Star Trek: The Next Generation, yeah. My backlogs go all the way from Norway past your apartment around the globe through hell, though, all known dimensions past a few unknown dimensions back here. I just don't got the time. I mean, if I went back like so many years, I'd invest some time. But I mean, I'm a tabletop role playing game nerd. Like, I'll be real with you guys. Like, video games has been an up and down thing for me. Like a really up and down thing. Really up and down. Like just it's been something I don't know if I've had a lot of. I played like certain ones. It's weird. I've had my history of like when I was young. I mentioned Final Fantasy VII. I played that all the way to getting the characters up to the highest level. I maxed out all the gem things at their highest levels and created copies of them. I fought the hidden bosses, and I got all the hidden summons. Like I got the masters of everything, and I actually did that in game without cheating. Just figured it out and got everything. Uh, I did so much good work on that that my advice went into one of the Nintendo magazines. Um, at least the ones we were getting, and I sent that in, and that was for I forget which one it was, but it's one of the things I found. It's where you summon a ship at the bottom. I forget what it was now. It's been years. But it's really hard to get, and I finally figured it out. And one guy was asking in the Nintendo magazine I was getting if you get it. So I wrote in, I said, I found it. I found where you get it. And they actually put that in there that I found where, where I got the thing. I don't even, you like PlayStation. I still have PlayStation 3, and I only have it for one reason hockey. I'll still ever because I'm a Canadian, so I still every so often during hockey season, if I get the time, I'll hook up the PlayStation 3 and play I'll play into a season or play a few hockey games. I like playing the hockey. That's it. Beyond that, I'm a PC guy. I'll go DayZ and Rust because it's a thrill. It's like going quick skateboarding. I like PvP. Um, I do slight bit of PVE on Rust, but that's only when I'm testing out all their new stuff for building bases and stuff, I'll go in and maybe play for like 2 hours before I go into PvP and test if they got like totally new stuff, like the farmer stuff. It's like I'll never do this farmer stuff. Like I had to go test electronics. Like there's a bunch of I just realized there's just tons of stuff I won't use during the PvP game. Like, oh, you could set this up and you could put all these lights in. I'm like, yeah, no. Like if I play long enough, maybe, but it's like, no, fuck it, I'll still use the campfire. I'll still use and the things that like the old stuff still works fine for the game, so you don't need all this new stuff. But be interesting, like, oh, how does the farming work? Go in and check out the farming. Because there's this whole role playing aspect to Rust. And the PvE servers are actually quite big, and there's this whole role playing aspect to it. I'm not big into it, but I went in there to experiment with some of the stuff because then I don't got to worry about everybody fucking shooting me while I'm trying to fucking check out what the farm thing is. I can go talk to guys like, what do you do over here? All right, thanks. Cool. Get advice, get it figured out. I know some of the admins of some of the PvE servers, so I can go in and talk to those guys and be like, yeah, I need help over here, man. Can you help me? Thank you. I touch almost nothing new. I almost don't watch anything either. Like I've been cursed out for not watching Game of Thrones. The Hell Let Loose. Not bad. I played some off and on games where you can jump in and jump on teams, but I can get really bored of them really quick. I had a stint last year where I played a bit more. I put up Age of Empires 2. Played that for a while. I still like going back to that every so often. Good war. Or I'm not big on the Total War games. Like a lot of guys like all these different Total War games. I still like medieval Total War with all the expansions. I think it's part 2. It's a very popular one where you're playing like in the Rome area and all that. It's like Rome, Britain, and all that. You can go do the wars. You can take out the Pope, right? So I like that game. Not bad. Not bad. That's when I want to play solo player. Age of Empires 2, I actually like playing with a friend, so I play multiplayer on that one. I do play it. It's not bad. I mostly play solo. Total War, yeah, the Warhammer. I have that game. I think I have I probably don't even have it turned on. No, I don't have it turned on. I should actually check out tell you guys what streams are coming up because I did the edits on them today. Very happy with my editing for the streams coming up. And oh, somebody's very happy. I like pleasing the people watching the stream, the stuffs. Okay, so just to let you guys know, Thursday, I'm covering Dark Sun, the setting for old school Dungeons and Dragons. So if you don't know much about Dark Sun, it's your chance. I'm going to do all the details. Trust me, I got that whole thing covered in detail. Like you're going to be very pleased. I'll make sure to have energy for that one. Seeing where the game went, kind of bummer. Thought there be such amazing by now. I watched Fleek make fun of that game, and that game has issues. He's really fucking funny. I love that guy. So I'll be doing it's gonna be and this Thursday is the first new stream of old school Dungeons and Dragons. So I'm finally doing that one, right? Which I told people I would do. So that's the newest stream I'm doing. Very happy with that. Very happy. All right. And then Saturday will be sort of a mysterious game. You can go look it up if you want, called Dangerous Journeys, something TSR. And then Star Wars RPG is Sunday. So it's Dark Sun Thursday, Saturday Dangerous Journeys, and then Star Wars RPG. I won't pitch you beyond that. I'll leave the rest for you guys to figure out. People are quite happy with that, so I'm very happy with that one. With that one, come on. I got a few comments here. See if people are freaking out. Okay, they're happy. Happy people. I don't know if people are watching, but happy people. Dark Side. Yeah, that's going to be good. It's going to be interesting if you guys like that, like the psionics and the stuff like that. Yep. Say that's it. That's exactly it. It's one of the most extreme settings there is. Psionics. There's I don't want to say too much. What's going to be really good? It's this Thursday, so that's fuck. It's going to be good. Look, a lot of people are picky about playing it. I'll give it to you. A lot of people say, well, they don't play it. I've played it. I've ran it. Black Rose will be fucking happy with that one, obviously. Dark Sun's going to be good. It's going to be really good. It's really interesting. I think it's just one of these ones where you'd be entertained by it. I think now Craig's not a D&D guy, but I think Dark Sun is the one is one of the ones I think he's going to be interested in too, because just it's a great setting to steal ideas from. So if you're gonna rob ideas, Dark Sun's going to be it, baby. Right? Dark Sun has a lot of great ideas, and I'm also going to cover second edition psionics on that same stream. Walking around here ready for bed and hear a nerd rant about all my favorite games here, so I'm happy. I hear you. Dangerous Journey, Star Wars RPG is going to be great. The Dark Sun, though, my little surprise for everyone here is I figured I just announced it anyway. I just sort of forgot, which is I'm going to, in combination, cover second edition psionics. So if you want to know what psionics for second edition AD&D, I'm going to cover that because it really ties in. And Dark Sun has a bit of it's not exactly Conan, but it sort of ties into the sort of Conan type of, it's sort of the way I went at it. There's a sort of Conan view of it, if you get what I'm saying. Extreme. I don't want to say too much. I don't want to blow the whole thing up. I don't want to just tell you everything before we get there. Let me see what I can tell you. Check my notes. Checking the notes. I don't want to say too much before we. Wild talents. Psionic combat. That's for the Dark Sun, but psionics too. Science and devotions. It's like a survival. It's like extreme on survival. I would say with Dark Sun, the idea of weird and embracing weird is important. And the world should feel like sort of like ancient, old, deserty, but old. City states very important. So politics in the Dark Sun. I've talked about these things before, but it's very like I'm going to cover setting. Setting is very extremely out there. Extremely out there. it's a bit of a sort of, if you understand sword and sorcery not as a game but as a concept, it it has a sword and sorcery type of feel to it. And like I said, there's a bit of a dark side in sword and sorcery overall. That's what I would say about that. I'm just looking through the notes. Is there anything specific I want to say to you that won't give too much away? Uh, no, no. The powerful control everything. So it is sort of like it's a weird authoritarian type of game too, in many ways. All the good upcoming streams, Star Wars, Dark Sun, the talk about Elder Scrolls. Hmm. Usually I don't do this because I usually have this closed, but I'll open it. I don't know why I'm doing that. I have a stable connection, so I'm not leaving right away. So fuck it, I'll tell you guys about some things I have. Actually, I have quite a collection on Steam. Surprised a lot of people, but I've experimented. I have that drug game, that recent solo game made by like a guy make for selling drugs. I forget what it's called. I actually played that quite a bit. I actually got pretty far into the drug selling gimmick for the game. It's actually a neat little game. I haven't tried any of the new stuff with it yet. But when it first came out, I think I got it like 2 weeks after it came out, and I actually played selling drugs for a while. And that was actually interesting, but it's a lot of tedious running around doing this, doing this, doing this. And you update to the point where you get a gun, you can shoot the cops, and it's you got to be into it. Now, most people know who I talk about when I say Fleek all the time because I usually post his videos. Here he is. Do I have anything new good on him? I like this guy a lot. I find this stuff funny, just really funny. I don't mind sharing it with the stream. So if you guys ever get a chance, check this guy out. He's fucking hilarious. No, I don't want to participate in your survey. Sorry, dude. Not my cup of tea. I got 7 Days to Die. I don't know if you guys have played that. Um, I got a trucker game just because they were on sale, and a buddy of mine said to buy the trucker game, but I find those really, really slow. I got the Ark Raiders. That's not too bad. I got Ark Survival Evolve, but you got to be into the dinosaurs, and they sort of boom. I got almost every Arma game there is. I got Assassin's Creed 2, Black Flag, Odyssey. Let's see any of the ones worth mentioning here. I like the Bioshock. My favorite Bioshock game, and I actually completed it, was Bioshock Infinite. I don't know if you guys played that one. That one was fucking wildly good. That's a good whack job story. I never finished part two, but I'm not a big fan of part two. I like the sort of the sky take on Bioshock Infinite. Like you're in the sky in this sort of skyland. Bioshock 2 is like underwater. It's weird. I got Conan Exiles, but I find that to be a slow game. I like the Days Gone. I actually got quite far through that, but it's really, really challenging at certain parts once you get so far through. And because I'm a nerd, I got Dragon Ball Z Kakarot. I do like that game, but you have to be in the Dragon Ball Z to really. Now here's the Elder Scrolls you guys were talking about. I got Morrowind, Oblivion. I got the online and the Skyrim Special Edition. I got Enshrouded. I got Fallout 3, 4, 76 in New Vegas. I like the Far Cry 5. That was the only Far Cry game I got. I got Helldivers 2. I like that game. Kenshi. I played Kenshi a bit, but that can be a very pain in the ass game. And if I go through just the Total War games, that's pretty much it. The DayZ, Rust, I got that. I got golf games because I love golf. I actually got the Ghostbusters game, but I've never played it. Sounds stupid. I went and purchased that on sale. I just never touched the game. That's it. It's kaboom. And I get the drug game. Yeah, it's not bad. I seen clips of it, but I don't know if I'd be into it. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I haven't played the 76 yet, but I heard it sucked after it first came out, and then it got better and better. I got it, and I went to play it, and I just like I don't get the time. I was doing a lot of YouTube at the time, so I was like, just no time. Get Inscription. Fair enough. I'll definitely consider that. I just can't find the name of that. I got games like Astroneer. I got Baldur's Gate 3 and Baldur's Gate 2 and Baldur's Gate 1. I know people are like, you got 3? Yeah, I went and got 3. Went and got 3. I don't mind getting 3. 3 was I personally don't mind it. I just don't like the game it's based off. It's not like I got Crusaders King 2 and 3. I like the Crusader Kings game. They're pretty good. If you got some time to burn. Which I used to have. Used to. Not so much now. I got the Forest games. The one where Son of the Forest and Forest. I like those. I like Son of the Forest pretty good. I got the Grand Theft Auto 5 and Vice City. I like the Just Cause games. I got part 2 and part 3 on this one. Metro Exodus was alright. No Man's Sky. I was picky on that one. I got Project Zomboid. That's not bad, but I like now the multiplayer with it. Like so, it's only if my friend's on that I'll play that game. Schedule One. That's the name I was looking for. Schedule One is the drug game that I actually got and played. That wasn't too bad. Schedule One. Let me see here. Skyrim was supposed to be good with hundreds of thousands of mods. Never did that. No, I played just the way it was. I didn't find it bad. Skyrim with mods is like once in a lifetime thing, but I just never had the time for that one. They need to remake GT2. Love the setting. They just never did it again. I like Vice City because I like the music. I like San Andreas because that's nostalgia for me. With like I grew up, especially like I was a teen in the '90s, so like Snoop Dogg and Dr. Dre and the music where you start off with the gangster stuff. I thought that was really good. I never got the Final Fantasy VII remake that they did, but I do have the original on Steam, the Final Fantasy VII, just the original game. Like what? It's sort of like an updated version, but it's like not like the whole remake. I don't like the gameplay they had for that. I like turn based. When they stopped doing turn based for Final Fantasy, I was like, I'm out. I'm gone. I don't want nothing to do with this shit. Yeah, I got 1 and 2 top 3 favorite games, but back in '97. Yeah, they're pretty good. Pretty good. It's just nowadays I don't have the same amount of time. Very rare. Like today, I was working on the Neo TTRPG system. Very happy to keep working on it because I'm almost complete. The Skullhorn edit, complete edit done, but there's just editing the text, and then I'm gonna put it up. And the other thing I'm working on tomorrow on my off time is the art. So as I told you guys, I'm doing my own art for it. No AI art. It's actually going to be me. I started sort of a rough drawing. I'm learning art by watching a few people that do art, and they're actually pretty good at teaching you how to do it online with the programs. So I'm like, well, fuck it. I mean, do people actually use the art in their own games? I'm like, well, they do. Okay. Well, why not? People don't want the AI art, and I can't afford thousands. And I want art that is a certain style that will be just the same style throughout the whole thing. So I figured, well, I'm making a game that has a modern sort of feel to it with some of the old school concepts. And I like the idea of old, authentic art. I'm going to go with that. Now, am I some like supreme artist drawing? No, no, that's not what I'm expecting to do. Yeah, doing my own art. I figured that was amazing. I've never done that before, but this is the type of person I am. I'll just take chances. I finally thought it over and just said, yeah, I've never done art before. Could I do it? Went and checked out a few things, tried a few things, went, oh, you know what? Compared to what people want, not bad. Not bad. It's better than just text. And I think I can actually do something interesting with it. I don't think I'll be able to make a perfect image for every monster or something. Don't get me wrong, right? But do I think I can just do some cool pieces throughout the material? Yeah, yeah. And so I'm just learning some art stuff. That's tomorrow's going to be working on that. Yeah, hey, people aren't real. It's my game. I have two of them up, very rough copies right now. But I mean, you could buy them. They're cheap on the Drive-Thru RPG. Any video that I have up will have links to them, like a link that you can go over and check out the games. And you can. I have a Invasion, which is modern. The game's good. Overall, the games are great. And when I finish the update, if you buy the games, you get the update. Like even if you get the old version right now, the updates will go through the same thing, so you don't got to rebuy. So it's right now it's cheap. It's cheap on the sort of rough draft versions, and they have a bunch of extra material in there that I now the main PDFs have AI covers, but they have nothing else. I'm dropping the AI covers. I dropped all the other AI art. Um, there's extended material, adventures, and add-ons that do have some AI art that I tell people if you buy the stuff now, download that stuff now. Because when I do the update, I'm cleaning it all out and I'm putting up the new file with just the art I have. It's going to be the full PDF, so you'll get that. But if you buy it, download the extras, download the adventures, because I am getting rid of them because they have AI art in them. But if you want that stuff, it is good stuff, good material. But I'll be at one point doing new stuff for that, right? So, and the new update is going to be, you might want to call it like a second edition, but like a revamp, like new rules, some new changes. So if you buy the version of it now, you can download the version of it now and have what's in there. Uh, and it won't be like a different game, but there'll be a few extra new rules coming added on that I think people will be very happy with, and just a complete clean edit from the old messy. It's not like messy, but it's messy. Just little minor mistakes that I need to fix. Um, but very happy with the look, and using a new program to make the PDF stuff. I've learned a lot. So my own art. I hope to make this look really nice. And the other thing is coming up with making it printable, so people can finally purchase more than just a PDF version of the game. Like maybe get like a soft cover or something of the game, right? So if you want to actually order the game and get the game at home where you have the book, you're in. Like you're good. You're good. Let's see. But just a quick update. So you guys know what's coming up to the Star Wars games. Most people know this stuff, but I need to just advertise. So after Star Wars on June 7th, of course, every Tuesday is off script. But The first members only of June is June 10th. Babylon 5 role playing game. Got to be a member to watch that. The next D&D one will be the setting Mysteria with a special focus on Odyssey and the Savage Coast. Then Craig's going to get his Fudge game, though he thinks I should have did it in different order, but I'm hoping he has a lot to say on this. I have some extra material to go with the Fudge, and then and that's on 13th, and then on the 14th on Sunday, I'm doing Metamorphosis Alpha. That on the 18th, I'll be doing another old school D&D stream because it's every Thursday, focused on the Temple of Elemental Evil. On the 20th, I do Prince Valiant. On the 21st, I'll be doing Deadlands, the game that inspired Savage Worlds. The second members only of June is Hallow Earth Expedition. Then I'll be doing the next D&D stream will be focused on the historical reference series, which is like D&D focused on Rome and like real world stuff. And then the last 3 streams of the month. On the 27th, on Saturday, will be Unknown Armies, a conspiracy theory game. And then Tribe 8, another conspiracy theory tabletop role-playing game. And I'll finish off June on June 30th. I have it scheduled right up to June 30th with an off-script stream. All right, Black Rose, you take care. Have a good night there, my friend. I appreciate you sticking around all you did. And good. We had a little bit of game talk. We're set up Dark Sun Thursday. That would be fun. There. And I'll be also covering Psionics for 2nd edition. So if you need a refresher on Psionics, it will be good. And Psionics goes with Dark Sun. That's why I want to sort of talk about in Psionics for 2nd edition. Teach it pretty much. Because if you're going to run Dark Sun, you're going to be using Psionics, doing Psionics combat. But yeah, I'm probably going to have one more of these, unless guys bring up a bunch of stuff I don't know about. But yeah, Drift Speed, if you want to go, if you want to check out those games, they're really cheap right now. But when I put out these new updates, I am putting up the price a bit. So I warn people, if they get the cheaper version right now, then they'll get the update, like just part of that, right? Like when it comes up. But if you do wait, we'll be putting the price up when I put those out, right? I hope I can make my new art look, my art for the game look pretty cool. I hope that's going to be unique, but it's something I'm working on. It looks cool so far. For all the people out there trying to buy art or use AI art, I figure, well, dude, I'll break the mold. I'll make my own. Adding the new rules to the game is really necessary. That's, I think, going to be the big happy part for people that buy the game is I got new rules that are coming. And they're very good. And some adjustments to some things, but the new rules are very good. Very clearing up the whole game and explanation. And coming up with a new part of the lore section, which is I'm going to call like a quick lore summary section. So if you as a game master want to run with the lore, you can just read that and have enough information to run it. And your players could potentially just read that and understand the setting enough to play it, right? Oh, I hear you just read. But yeah, it's I'm doing a couple easy, like a new character creation thing where it's going to be easy to make characters and jump right into the game. So it's advancing character creation where you can do a detailed version or you can do the sort of quick version and be able to get a character in right away. And then also that lore thing, so you don't get a giant lore dump. And just making everything easier to use. That's my big aim. The other thing is coming up with I have a setting, but it's like, how you guys want to use it. It's going to be up to you. There's going to be areas you can just decide, places if you want, shit like this, but you'll have an idea of whatever area you want to play in. And the idea is I made a planet where there's so many different areas of the planet where if you want to do a certain type of game or campaign over here, you could do that. And it's different weather, different seasons, different stuff like that. So it's just to give you all kinds of different options for running all the different campaigns you could think in one place, right? So it's not just like you just do these type of things or just a small little planet. It's a pretty huge planet. It has all these different areas. So whatever kind of campaign you want to go for, and there's different monsters in each area. I got like 80 monsters for the game. It's all going to be in one package. So it's the dungeon master information you need, or the game master. Sorry, what am I saying? Game master information you need, character creation information you need for players. Uh, there's even, and then there's magic items, there's monsters, there's a setting, but there's even rules for naval warfare, war, and siege war. So if you want to do war, and there's basic rules for using miniatures. You can do theater of the mind combat. It's definitely set up for that part of the game. And it's actually easy to do the abstract combat. It's very simplistic on purpose, but it's even set up that you could use miniatures if you want to use it, but very simplistic ways. And it's meant to be, and it's a bit more meat on the bone. It is faster combat, but survivable. But it's fun. There's guns in the game for the medieval fantasy version. Of course, in the Invasion modern version, there's fucking everything. Tanks, the whole 9 yards. Grenade launchers, all the modern shit you could think of. And it works really well and really fast, too. That's the other thing I made sure is all the combat's really fast, but I think it's kick-ass. And when it comes to guns, I like the idea of running around like you're in that first-person shooter like in DayZ or Rust. So I want that feel to be part of the game as you're shooting off guns that quickly. Right? You're doing all that. And there's ways to fail, but it's really simplistic, like one bad roll. Like if you roll a 1, all your potential failures for the gun is in that one roll. But beyond that, if you don't roll a 1, you're good. The dice mechanic's really easy because it's just D100 versus target number. So it's just D100 roll over target number. And then there's damage and duration, and that could be, there's D6s and D10s. So to play the game, overall, you only need at least a D6 and 2 D10s per player. And even just for the Game Master, really, and I mean, if you want to share dice, you can get away with it. But you need a D6 for some duration and some damage. You need D10s for some duration and some damage. And then you need 2 D10s at the very least to act like a D100. Right? And that's it. And it's very simplistic on purpose because I went old school with the mindset of I don't want the dice mechanics to be really painfully hard to understand. I want them to be very simple. It's simple roll over the number, D100 bing. And there's, instead of, even with the, I do pluses and minuses and all this, but I have a limitation on the pluses. And so what it does is it becomes a balancer effect. It just balances that out. So the pluses don't blow the game up on you, right? You hit a certain limit on pluses and you can't extend your pluses beyond that point. And it even handles how you would take in minuses. It solves all these issues. I've game tested the game for 15 years, so I have no worries with the game working fine. Works really, really well, right? Yeah, very happy with both games. And so I have a modern and a medieval fantasy version. I got another one on the works, but I want to get these 2 edited out, and then I'm going to finish off my third one, which is space. So I'll have a Neo TTRPG System Skullhorn, that's the medieval fantasy. I have Invasion, which is sort of a modern apocalyptic one, but it's not like nuclear apocalypse. It's aliens and magic and all this come down, sort of fuck up the world and fuck with humanity, and they get to a point where it's sort of like an apocalyptic situation, but it's not like based on like nuclear warfare, so you're not like walking out trying to breathe. It's a bit different, and it actually opens up. It's, think about like sort of worlds being connected, so it opens up to sort of Skullhorn in a certain way, and from Skullhorn comes into the world goblins and whatnot who also use guns. So there's goblins in the game. Invasion has its bit of fantasy, but it's definitely focused on real. In Invasion, you can only play humans. It's just a human focused game. We're in the Skullhorn one. It sort of does have a variety of different beings you can be. It's pretty good. I'm very happy with it. Invasion has a little bit less, like it has a setting, has all the settings set up. It's all going to be connected. Even the space one's going to have its own connection to Invasion, to the world Invasion and Skullhorn. So in a way, they're all connected. You could potentially connect them, but there's going to be the space game, the modern game, and the medieval fantasy game. And then I can do extensions on them, right? Expansions and all that. And it's not a clone. I have enough rules. Even the way I use D100, it's not exactly like it's not D100 roll under, so it's D100 roll above, which is unique. And even the rest of my mechanics combination makes it unique. And I have some other rules that are not used in newer games at all. Some new rules I made. Some old rules that are going to be coming in, and it should make the games really, really, really good. When I hear you. Skullhorn is, I don't know. I don't know which one you're talking about there. If you're talking about the modern one, it's just or you're mixing different places. Yeah, I'm doing like 3 different things. So I have 3 different. So I can do space gaming with it, or you can, like, customers can do space gaming. They can do a modern day sort of apocalyptic thing, and then a medieval fantasy thing. And I figure that just gives me a little stretch. And then connecting the 3 worlds in certain ways, like having them weirdly connected to each other, I think it's cool because it has things you could potentially do if you had all 3 of them, type of thing, right? If you have all 3 of them, it kick ass. And there's unique like robots and monsters and all that for it. I think that's most games. Now, there are some people out there that tell me they want a non-fantasy version, and they want games that aren't fantasy. So I am going to do. When I say modern invasion, I don't really mean modern. It's sort of like modern from the 90s. So the timeline is actually the 90s into this apocalyptic thing. But to appease people, I'm going to make a 4th game, which I'm already working on as well, which is no fantasy at all. That's going to be in the past. So it's going to be like, it's not going to be medieval fantasy, but think of like the industrial age type of thing. No fantasy, just as raw as you can get as far as it's not fantasy at all. I'm trying to make, I got some really neat rules for it so far, which is really cool. So it's trying to make it fun, but with no fantasy. That's been a big aim. That's, people want a game with no fantasy. Something in that vein, yeah. So like a little weird, but like it's I want it to be no magic, no nothing. I want people, because it's going to be human focused, another human centric game, which is this. In the Alien one, it's going to be a bit weird. I am going to human focus on that. A human focus on invasion. The medieval fantasy Skullhorn is, on the other hand, has different groups. Like Call of Cthulhu. I think that's what you're saying. Not exactly, but it's definitely going to be different. It's going to be different. People want real. I'm like, okay, I can do real. I can do real. Industrial age real. It's sort of like a mix of things. Imagine it's not like there is fantasy as far as it's not meant to be exactly Earth timeline. right? So, but there's no magic, there's no monsters, there's no something in the yeah, Zeg, yep, yep, oh yeah, yeah, yep, yep. That's exactly where I'm leaning into. So I don't want to say too much, but your Zeg picked it up right away. Industrial Revolution, Victorian Age. Well, yep, 100% that. But it's going to be real. It's not going to be no dragons, no magic, no nothing. Um, and there's going to be war. The war rules for it already done. It doesn't mean you got to play war. I'm just saying there's going to be war in the game. You could potentially do that. Like there's going to be all kinds of weird things. Not weird like fantasy. Again, not fantasy, but cool. I hope it's going to be really fucking cool. But hey, people are demanding it. I don't know. It's a game where I'm not doing the magic or the fantasy. It's a little less work because I'm just doing certain work. And given the timeline, there's only so many things I can do with it. What I'm trying to do is just make it really interesting. And then, so that's going to be an easier game to make overall. But I'm hoping to appease a certain line of customers. And if I make this one well enough, I'll make others. So this is sort of like leaning into no magic is this is sort of a lean into it. And if I like how this goes, I'll make other non-magic ones as well. Right. So that's where we're at. That's where we're at. Think a showdown too. Think of like the cowboy kill showdown thing. There's a bit of that. There's a bit of all. It's a mix of ideas, but it's Victorian in that stage. But think of mix of cowboy western. There's a bit of that. There's a bit of all these things in there. It's just not a perfect real world timeline. So don't confuse yourself. I'm not trying to match what I'm trying to use what I think is sort of close to each other cool things and make a very cool setting, right? But make it all real. So there's no orcs, there's no goblins, it's humans. And here's your cool shit to play with. Have fun, right? It's gonna be cool. That's where I'm going. Yes. Well, I'm a million percent leaning into what you're talking about there. But there it is, 4 hours and 1 minute, guys. All right, I'm gonna call it here. But remember, Thursday is Dark Sun. Saturday is Dangerous Journeys. And if you do like Star Wars RPG, that's going to be this Sunday coming up. Star Wars RPG is going to be really good. Going to be a good week. All right. Okay, guys. Love you.